All right, we are live. We'll let it breathe only for a second just to bring on Facebook. What an exciting day. The long wait, let's hope, fingers crossed, is finally at an end tonight. And it looks like we're good. Welcome in, everybody. This is the Mile High Huddle live stream, watch along, day 2 NFL draft. I'm Chad Jensen, joined by the fellas, as you can see, Erick Trickel. I got Carl Dummler and his glorious beard. I got Lance Sanderson in the house, and there will be others here at MHH checking in throughout the evening. But first things first, Erick, round 2 is about to kick off. What do you expect to see happen early on these first few picks?
I mean, I'm expecting a run on defense. A lot of people and they're they're like top 25 left. It's like 15 to 20 of them are defensive players. Defensive line are expected to come off pretty quickly. Defensive backs, and there's a lot of talk going around about like 3 or 4, maybe 5 linebackers going in, the next 15, 20 picks, which with the Broncos seemingly settled on linebacker, that might hurt them and make us wait a little bit longer for them to make their pick.
Man, what are you hoping to see? Like right now, Carl, if the board were to unfold and fall just the way you would want it to be for the Broncos at 62, who would you want to be there? Who's your dream guy, knowing what took place in round 1?
Well, I think the dream guy would be Jacob Rodriguez. I mean, I know he's probably going to go in the first 10 to 15 picks, but getting a linebacker that can force turnovers. I mean, our defense was incredible last year, but they could not catch the ball or cause a fumble for nothing. You'd think with how many times they sacked the quarterback, you would think there'd be a few more forced fumbles. It didn't happen. Where Rodriguez comes in, he's a guy that can drop back in coverage. He's very instinctual on the field, would be a great leader moving forward. Like I said, I don't think he's going to be there, but that would be the dream scenario for me of the guys that are left.
I like it. I like it. Real quick before I go to Lance, just a shout out to the Papa Bear. Good to see you, big dog. Thank you for the early super chat. Good evening. Right back at you. Appreciate you being with us, brother. Lance, we've got some alumni out on the stage right now. The commissioner's doing some talking. It's welcoming everybody to round 2. What are you hoping to see for the Broncos in today's picks? By the way, TJ Ward going to be announcing any picks the Broncos make today.
Yeah, that's going to be really exciting. I'm curious to see if it's going to be at number 62 or just how the board falls. I'm kind of with Carl here. Jacob Rodriguez would be one. Josiah Trotter, the linebacker from Missouri, more downhill, young player. We talked about him at length last night. A couple other different options to me would be like a Grayson Halton from Oklahoma, interior defensive lineman, maybe a Dominic Orange from Iowa State. Like players like that to help bolster up this defensive line would be a big boost after losing Jonathan Franklin Myers. A safety, if AJ Halsey or Traden Stukes were to fall to 62, I would absolutely love to see those guys in blue and orange, specifically AJ Halsey. I mean, a rangy, athletic, big-bodied, strong tackling safety, plays better closer towards the line of scrimmage than he does in single high coverage, but he still has the range to be able to do something like that. So it's going to be very interesting. Like Erick said, I mean, Dane Brugler from The Athletic came on, the author of The Beast, earlier on Twitter today and said 10 out of the top 12 players that he has left on his big board right now are all on the defensive side of the football. So, and I believe it was Peter Schrager saying that expect a run on defensive tackle early in the first top 10 picks or so of the second round. So going to be interesting to see how this all plays out. But yeah, Rodriguez, AJ Halsey, a solid defender would be great. A linebacker preferably. And if Eli Stowers is there, then I mean, I wouldn't hate that either.
Yeah. Erick, I'm looking up at the screen right now and I'm seeing that Pat McAfee, he's starting to look his age a little bit, dude. Like, I don't know if it's all the WWE, all the wrestling and all the many pots he's got his fingers in, but he's looking a little haggard on the TV screen right now. But I'll tell you some of the guys I'm hoping for that are going to be there at 62. Just a short list of ideal options for me. Whoa, what happened to our boy? Carl just winked out. He'll be back. Ideal options for me that I'm still kind of holding on to, guys, in no particular order, are Mike Washington Jr., because the top 2 running backs are gone. So you got to expect he's the next running back. I'm not necessarily advocating for that, but these are guys I hope are there for best possible decisions. Jennings Dunker, Iowa. Erick, I wanted to ask you, how do you feel about Georgia tight end Oscar Delp? assuming the foot's okay, and I mean, I think we can probably safely assume it was based on how he performed at his pro day. But what are your thoughts on Oscar Delp?
Well, he's a tough one because I absolutely love the player, but from some of the word that was going around is some have said that he's cleared, but there's also been word that he's not cleared for the foot injury. There was a report that he was advised not to partake in the pro day because he was still dealing with the foot injury, and there's been other injury concerns that have come out from the medicals at the combine that led to him having to be there for the medical rechecks. From other leg injuries, it's not just the foot. There's other stuff there, and there's something with the shoulder as well. It is a laundry list of injury concerns with him, and injuries at the tight end position are something that absolutely scare me. And I've been burned too many times by kind of shrugging him off. So I really like the player, but I just can't get past all the medical concerns that have come out about him.
So as a result of that, the medical concerns being what they are, what would he be without the medical concerns in terms of his draft stock? And then where does that leave him as a result of the injuries?
I mean, without the medical stuff, if it was just going off tape, you're probably talking about him as one of those options at 62. I think that there is so much there to be an all-around tight end. Still has to develop a little bit as both a receiver as a blocker, but you see everything that's there. You would still have some questions about the usage. I know a lot of people are talking about, well, the other tight ends they've had, but he never stepped up enough to force the usage with him. So that is still a concern, which is why I wouldn't put him, clearly, I wouldn't put him ahead of Eli Stowers. He'd be there right more so with Max Clare for that number 3 tight end spot, which is a late second, early third. With the medicals, the earliest I'd be taking with what the Broncos currently have would be 170. But if he was there around 150, a move up would be fine as well. I wouldn't do it at 108 or 111 though.
So what did you make? And I don't want to make this, Lance, a conversation entirely tonight about Oscar Delp. I'll leave it with this is the last conversation. Carl, welcome back, big dog. But what did you make? I'll just real quick, brief responses from everybody. Let's try and keep our responses as fluent as possible. What did you make, Lance, of Delp being a middle second round pick in Mel Kiper Jr.'s last mock?
I actually missed that. That's interesting. To me, that would say that he values the tape over the injuries, or maybe he just doesn't have all the injury concerns like factored into it. I know that I did a lot of that with my big board where I didn't factor in injuries and just went based on the tape alone. And I still have a handful of players in the first round that would have been first round picks if not for being injured. But with Delp, I mean, he's a damn good player. He can play inline. He can play outside. He's athletic. He's smooth. He's got a good catch radius. He's a trustworthy player. He just never got the usage for it. And the injury concerns are just too big for me. I'm kind of with Eric here. He would have been a top 75 player on my board if he'd been healthy.
Real quick, Carl, we got to say hello to Andrew. Welcome in, big dog. Recently up and joining the inner circle as a member last night, throwing down a super. Here he is again, throwing down a super. Andrew's been with us for years at MHH, part of this community as a superstar. So it's great to have you. It's great to see you, bud. He says, I'm watching the draft muted and listening to you guys. It's perfect draft coverage. Appreciate everyone. Awesome, dude. Thank you, pal. Carl, who's your favorite tight end left on the board?
I'm a big Eli Raridan fan from Notre Dame. I just think he's got a good all-around game. He can help you in the receiving game a little bit. He's not the best receiving tight end. He's not the best blocking tight end, but he's got a good all-around game where when he's on the field, you don't exactly know what's coming. He could go out for a route. He could stay in and block. He could help in the run game, So that's what I'm looking for in any tight end the Broncos bring in is a guy that can help on all 3 downs in both running and passing.
I love it. Real quick, guys, as I say hello to George Fox, who's jumping in on Facebook. This is just a message to the Facebookers. Tonight, there's going to be a lot of news popping. The Broncos are going to make at least one pick, I hope, fingers crossed, tonight, if not more, as I wrote about today. Wouldn't surprise me if they trade up into the back end of the third round as they did in 2023 with Riley Moss and last year with Savion Jones. But my point here is we're going to be using the Facebook page for other things. So tonight, guys, we're only going to be streaming simulcasting to Facebook for about another 20 minutes. So if you're a Facebooker, you got to come join us over on YouTube. The live stream will not stop. Last night was a weird little wrinkle in things, but the thing will continue. The whole program, breaking down and reacting the watch along to day 2 of the draft on YouTube. So be sure to join us over there. It's easy if you've never done it. Open up your phone. Almost everybody has YouTube on their phone. Just search. If you're a Facebooker, just open up YouTube, search Mile High Huddle. Boom, you'll see us. Subscribe. Bada bing, bada bang. You're in the fold. So just a word on that real quick, guys. George, I'm wanting a big tight end. All right, dude. Broncos for Life. Hit the thumbs up, guys. Eric, one guy I'm really hoping we'll make this the last for now as we're waiting for the pick to be announced. Unless you've seen it, has the Niners pick come in yet?
Yeah,
Who is it, Eric?
it's Dazon Stribling, the wide receiver out of Ole Miss.
This is
Okay,
huge.
react to that. React to it.
I think my face said a lot. I'm shocked. This was a guy that, I don't even know where to begin. Like he was the guy that I thought would go tonight, but not, the first pick overall. The 49ers, though, they've done weird things with their wide receiver picks before, over the last like 10-15 years, with the late first, early seconds that they've used on it. It's been very questionable. This is another questionable one with some other guys that are available that are kind of in that similar mold as Stribling is, if that's the type of receiver they're looking for, and not so much like a Denzel Boston. Like, I know there's a lot of people surprised about Ty Simpson with going to the Rams at 13th overall, but there was a lot of interest there. Stribling, like this is a pretty big reach in my opinion, for the 49ers, but apparently they were really high on him, and like he has good long speed. He's a decent enough blocker, which is something that the 49ers value, but like his route running is a mess. He's a similar player to Troy Franklin, really, when it comes to that long speed, the route running issues. Only difference is that he does provide some blocking ability and a little bit of ability on special teams as well.
Real quick, where does he rank on your big board? Your big board, Eric.
Give me 1 second and I will find that.
Yeah. While you're searching it, Lance, your thoughts, dude.
Like my heart skipped a beat when I saw it. I'm scrolling through Twitter and saw that it was Corey Kinnan, a guy that we all follow on Twitter, saying that they're taking Stribling this early. I'm like, it literally took me aback and took my breath away for a second. Like, I'm 100% with Eric. I have him on my big board personally at number 59, so it's not too terrible. But when I first started watching him, the first couple of games, like Ole Miss didn't use him. They like ran him off, and it was mostly like decoy routes and stuff over the middle of the field that he just never got targeted. Then you get into the college football playoffs, and he absolutely went off, and it was really, really fun. But he damn near doubled his season-long statistical output, his production in the college football playoff. Like, it was such a monster output. It was very stunning to see him go this high. I mean, Eric's right. He's a damn good blocker, and the 49ers value that, and maybe it's like they're going to really try to push the football down the field this year on play action stuff, because that's really what he does best. Like, I'm kind of surprised by this one.
Eric, real quick before we go to Carl, where'd you have him?
He was my 99th overall player, so just inside the top 100.
So just inside. Carl, were you as shocked as the fellas here?
For sure. He's a very projection-based wide receiver. There's talent there. He's strong, he's big, he's fast. But in college, kind of like a lot of those guys coming out of that system, he ran pretty much 2 routes. He ran a hitch and a go. And beyond that, you didn't see him do a whole lot. So there's just going to be a lot of growing pains. And for picking a guy at number 33, when there were definitely some other wide receivers I would have had above him at this point, I'm just a little bit surprised by that. And I mean, I get they have a kind of a type that maybe doesn't fit everybody else, but it's just, this one definitely shocked me a little bit to see him go this high. I think there's just going to be 2 to 3 years down the road, maybe he's the receiver you want. It's not going to be day one. He's going to be a big time impact player for the 49ers.
Ran a 4.36. Does he play that fast on the field, guys?
Yeah, he can. Yep. We got another pick in here as well. The Arizona Cardinals just took Chase Basantis, the offensive guard from Texas A&M.
Interesting.
This is a good pick for them. It helps their offensive line a lot. Athletic, smooth, powerful. can do pretty much everything you want. He's scheme versatile, a very high quality player. I thought that the Chargers would be very interested in him at number 23. They went Akeem Mesidor last night. DeSantis was a player that I thought could sneak into the tail end of the first round. So this is a good pick for them.
So far, guys, not the run on defense to open things up, huh?
No, it's a little surprising. Although people expected the Cardinals anyways, to go offensive linemen here with it to pair with Jeremiah Love. Chase DeSantis was who a lot of people were projecting for them. They do have, that left side and their pivot at center. That's pretty good. And Elijah Wilkinson's done well for them at right tackle. Isaiah Adams to right guard. He did fine, but this is definitely a shot at them both upgrading either over Isaiah Adams or Hajalte Froholt at their center out there, who I think is also on the last year of his deal. So DeSantis makes a lot of sense for them with, upgrading their offensive line, going in with, adding protection for Jeremiah Love, helping protect their quarterback, whoever that is this year, and, whoever they go out and get next year, whether it's Archie Manning or one of the many other quarterbacks that are expected to be out there. But they were going after, they wanted an offensive lineman here again, and not surprised. Again, the surprise is Stribling, and teams had him circled, but they had him circled significantly later per a report from, if I can get Twitter to load up on it, from, I want to say James Palmer is the one who kind of made that report.
Looks like the Bills pick is in too.
It's one to keep an eye on. They've been heavily linked with Jacob Rodriguez, and they desperately need that extra linebacker help.
Man,
they took an edge, TJ Parker.
Interesting.
That fits too. He's their type of edge player as well. I mean, big, long, athletic, very powerful. He's a lot like picture AJ Epinesa, but more athletic, like that hand in the dirt 7 technique, 5 technique that can play face up against an offensive tackle. The long arm. He has a very long and strong power bull rush move that he showed off at the Senior Bowl, and kind of had a viral clip that went there for a while. But he plays like that on tape too. This is a good fit for the Bills. I like this a lot. I mean, Rodriguez would have been really fun here, but Parker is another player that just fits, and it gives them a really good run defender at the edge position that they really needed as well.
He was definitely one of the guys, as far as the edges at the Senior Bowl, that was evidently where he was supposed to be. Like, he popped out. I'm trying to think of the Michigan kid's name off the top of my head. Those were the two guys, huh?
Derek Moore.
Derek Moore.
Yeah. Those were the two guys that, like, as you guys know, I'm not like super scout. So as the guy just watching, that were obviously a little bit of a cut above some of the other guys there, those two guys. So TJ Parker joining the Buffalo Bills. Very interesting, Carl.
And
yeah,
we have our,
go ahead.
I was going to say, we have our first trade with the Raiders trading down and the Texans moving up.
Oh, wow.
Ooh.
That'll be interesting.
Is this another offensive lineman maybe for them? Well, I guess they added Wyatt Teller. I was going to say Pregnon here, pairing Pregnon with Keelan Rutledge. You want to talk about getting nasty up front? There you go.
Man.
Yeah, I just back to this TJ Parker pick. I like it. It's Clemson was such a weird team this year. They had TJ Parker was one that was an All-American last year, and then really had a drop off in production. You think about Peter Woods going to the Chiefs. He's another one that had great 2024 season, gets to 2025, and he just looks like a third round value kind of guy. And so I'm just interested to see, are they more like they were in 2024, or are they more like they were in 2025? I don't know which direction they're going to go. It just seems like almost every Clemson player had a down year compared to the year before that started.
Yeah, I mean, I like Parker. I like Parker for them. He was another guy that was heavily linked for them. They were pretty desperate for linebacker help, which is why I was really thought that Rodriguez would be the guy. But there's still a lot of linebackers left, and they still have plenty of options. And I think they still have their other second-round pick as well. if I recall, that they could use to potentially move up with some, after trading down twice last night and eventually out of the second round, could package stuff to move up. And unsurprisingly, the Texans, they moved up to get Caden McDonald, who was one of those guys that from one of their main beat writers there in Houston was saying that if they didn't go with Rutledge, if they didn't get that trade up for Rutledge, or Rutledge wasn't there, then McDonald would have been their choice last night. So they get two of their two main targets that they had when they were approaching getting on the clock last night.
Well, and good for Caden McDonald, who didn't leave Pittsburgh. He was going to leave Pittsburgh last night after not going in the first round, but apparently Roger Goodell called him and said, "Hey, stick around. We know you're not going to take very long to get drafted. I want to give you a big hug and give you a jersey up on the stage." So good for him to be able to stick around and still be at the event. I remember when I was back in Nashville at 2019 when Drew Lock got drafted. He was supposed to still be at the event, but he chose to stay at the hotel with I believe his agent at the time was Tom Condon from CAA, and it took like an hour for him to get back to the draft so that they could actually walk him out and do the whole handshake and everything. So not really a knock there on Drew, but just it's really cool to see that Caden McDonald stayed there and is going to be able to shake the commissioner's hand right as soon as he was drafted. So that's cool for him.
Yeah. And I like this for Houston. That defense, to add a big guy like that in the middle is just huge. They're going to stay a top 3 defense for sure. And he's going to allow some of those other guys to be able to do a lot more just because he's going to take on double teams. And it makes me frustrated how good that defense is and that they keep adding more and more talent to it. And just that rotation for their defensive line is going to be a heck of a unit going into this next season.
Eric, I'm curious to your thoughts on this really fast, because last year we saw Tyleik Williams get taken by the, I believe it was Detroit, or was it Bub? I can't remember. Similar player, nose tackle, 2-gapping run stuffer. Where did you have McDonald as compared to Tyleik last year?
I had them in. I had Tyleik a little bit lower, if I recall. I don't know as great off the top of my head.
Yeah, put spot, but.
And they're pretty similar players. They're pretty close. I think McDonald was a little bit higher, ever so slightly, due to I think there being just a little bit more upside to be that nose tackle pass rusher compared to Tyleik Williams. And I think run defense wise they are pretty even. And Caden McDonald is an absolute monster against the run, but so is Tyleik Williams.
And just to give you the trade terms, Texans traded pick 38 and 91 for pick 36 and 117 from the Raiders.
And Michaela, no, Rodriguez is still on the board.
Yeah, there's still. We'll still have to wait and see. Obviously, I mean, when you're picking at 62, we're only on pick 37. There's still a few teams there, but I was mistaken. The Bills don't have another second round pick. So unless they trade up from the third round, they aren't a team to worry about, but there are still a few other teams that have been heavily linked with linebackers, and Jacob Rodriguez in particular, who many have as their number 2 linebacker after the showing that he had at the combine. Like, it was a phenomenal showing. He answered a lot of questions that people had, including myself, and kind of got us to come around on him. And smart, instinctive player. So you don't find linebackers like him very often. So wouldn't be surprised at all if he gets his name called sometime here in the next 5 to 10 picks.
Where's the point? Where's the point that you're willing to trade up for him?
I'm not, and it's not that against the player. It is just my view on trading up. I'm not a fan of it in the second round, especially in a class like this, where the caliber of players even at like 25, for my board with how they're graded from 25 to like 80 are all so closely graded, like maybe 2 points separating the guy there at 25 to the guy there at 80. So they're so close that I just wouldn't give up the extra assets to move up for somebody, especially in a linebacker class that is as good as this one is. Even though there's not many linebackers like Rodriguez, there's still plenty of concerns with him. But you have so many different other types, and the Broncos really, with Justin Strnad and Alex Singleton back, they could still use just about any type of linebacker. So it's not a situation where they need that one specific type to really be like to justify the trade.
Hey,
Makes
shout
sense.
out real quick to our boy Bob, real quick. Bob Morris in the chat with us. Good to see you, pal. It will be interesting indeed. And then I want to catch this from the Duchess, Michaela Parker, saying, I still say trade up for Rodriguez. So just her thoughts on that, Carl.
Yeah, I mean, when I'm looking at the linebackers, to me, there is a clear difference between, let's say, Rodriguez and Golday. Like I like Golday, but he's a project. And he's one of those guys. He just moved to linebacker not too long ago. He's still learning the position. I'm not sure about the instincts. And, to me, linebacker is one of those positions. You don't have to be the most athletic guy. If you have incredible instincts, you're going to make an incredible career. Josie Jewell was not the most athletic guy, but he was a good linebacker in the NFL. I know people always wanted to upgrade over him, but I was always kind of one of those, the grass isn't always greener on the other side. He really did know where the plays were going. There was plenty of games where you'd watch him say, run play right here, right here. And he'd just be kind of pointing and he would be correct. So, finding a guy that has instincts for the linebacker position, and Rodriguez has athleticism too, is a pretty big thing to find. So I'm willing to trade up a little bit. I'm not willing to go into like the 40s. If he's there, let's say pick 55, then I'm willing to, hey, let's package our 2nd and 5th round pick to go get him or something like that. I don't know value wise. I'm just off the top of my head. At that point, a 5th round pick to go get the guy you want, I'm good with that. And Titans just took Colton Hood, cornerback. So we might now start seeing that run on defense that Eric was talking about.
That was the Giants. The Giants just took Colton Hood. Unless there was a trade that I missed here.
Yeah, it's being reported that the Giants took Colton Hood. I'm not seeing anything about a trade, but you know how things are. It could be a little bit off, but not at all surprising that Colton Hood goes before Jermod McCoy. Injuries are a common theme for players this year, and Jermod McCoy didn't play at all last season. He's sat out with a bad knee injury that still has a lot of teams concerned, and some of us, or some of in the NFL, seemingly took him off their board as a result of it. I mean, when you don't play it for a full season, for as serious of a knee injury as it is, what are you going to be back, especially for a position like cornerback where, bending the knees and planting on the knee is so important for your success in the NFL that I'm not surprised at all. And I remember talking to somebody weeks ago. I can't remember if it was you, Lance, Carl, Nick, or somebody in just the group chat in general, but I made a comment about, Jermod McCoy going after the Tennessee, or after Hood, his Tennessee teammate, just because of the knee injury there.
This is an interesting pick to me because it signals a big goodbye to Deontay. Is it Deontay Burks? Was his name? I believe this was Deontay Banks. Excuse me. Former Georgia cornerback that was taken, I believe, in the 1st round by the Giants a handful of years ago, and he's been on the outs for a while now. Just hasn't really acclimated to the NFL level. They brought in Paulson Adebo a couple of years ago. They added Greg Newsome, cornerback Drew Phillips in the slot, like to get an outside press coverage cornerback that's going to fit with what John Harbaugh wants to do defensively. Like, he's versatile enough to play off the ball if you want him to, but big, long, athletic, smooth, like to move on from a 1st round pick again. I think that Deontay Banks is on his way out of New York.
Well, I like it with that pass rush they have there in New York.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
When you get a big, long guy, that's when you can really force those turnovers where quarterback's trying to have to force a throw over the top and got guys in his face. I think this is it is. It's a really good pairing for what they're going to do on that defense. And so, it doesn't surprise me for him going before his playing partner there in Tennessee. I'm very interested to see where he does end up. Because, it is a high risk for sure with that injury and not knowing, is he going to even be healthy this season for you? But at the same time, this is a great pick for the Giants. I think we talked about it after the show last night. If I had to make a questionable call in round 1, it's not because of the player. It's just because of the fit in Arvell Reese. Now, it does sound like they are going to play him at that off-ball spot and kind of have him coming downhill to go make plays. But if they don't trade Thibodeau is kind of the guy that seems to be linked with getting traded. I question that one just a little bit of the value there at pick 5. But now having this and adding again Hood here now for your defense makes them a pretty good unit.
Nick is going to be really upset when he gets grounded. The Raiders take Traden Stukes.
Oh no!
I thought you were going to say Jennings Dunker.
Oh no!
Nick has the hots for Traden Stukes. Like, he can't talk him up enough. Like, Traden Stukes is a very versatile defensive back, depending on who you ask. I think he's more of a nickel guy, but a lot of other people think he can play on the boundary, can play safety. That is a very good pick for the Raiders, and one that is a little concerning for, the Broncos, obviously, getting that defensive back. And last thing real quick about what Carl was saying with Kayvon Thibodeau and taking Arvell Reese. It was reported today that the Saints and the Giants are in trade conversations about trading for Kayvon Thibodeau, but these conversations have been going back since to early February, late January. And it just seems to be that the Giants are asking for a lot more than the Saints seem to be willing to offer, but that is something to keep an eye out for here.
All right, real quick, let's check on the chat. We got Mblex joining things, here to party, loves Erick's pro look. It's the draft, man. This is how Erick rolls on draft day. And yes, he does have a very special, unique tie that everyone's going to be jealous of as soon as they cast their gaze upon it. It's dope. Sue says Lance Zierlein has us taking Cincinnati running back or linebacker Jake Golday at 62. But then Mblex says, but Sue, more importantly, who does Lance Sanderson have Denver taken at 62? Lance, drop some knowledge, dude. Where's your crystal ball? Bold prediction. Let's go.
Well, I talked about it a little bit earlier. I mean, I would love to see Josiah Trotter coming in here from the University of Missouri, 21-year-old linebacker, downhill football player, high quality tackler. Has some struggles and some coverage every now and again, but I think that just the fact that his father was an NFL player, his brother plays for the Philadelphia Eagles, you've got NFL bloodlines here, just to help him grow and understand, put him in the good situations. I mean, that makes a lot of sense to me. Mike Washington Jr., Eli Stowers, one of those guys would be really fun to add to this offense. Stowers more so as like a big slot, an athletic weapon over the middle of the field. That would be really fun to see. Adding Mike Washington Jr. to this running back room would be really fun as well. And then I mentioned a couple of defensive linemen, Grayson Halton from Oklahoma and Dominic Orange from Iowa State. Those two guys just to kind of help round out that defensive front after losing John Franklin Myers. That would be more like a Grayson Halton pick there. But if you want a two-gapping nose tackle that can just plug up everything in the run and offer you a little bit of pass rush upside as well, Dominic Orange will be your guy at 62.
Yeah, and we have the 39th pick here coming in for the Cleveland Browns, taking Denzel Boston, the Washington wide receiver, as they now have doubled up with two very different type of receivers with Boston and then KC Concepcion last night.
I love this.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Carl.
I was just gonna say I love what the Browns have done. Honestly, offensive line now, two wide receivers. Now maybe it means Jerry Jeudy might be on his way out and maybe begging the Broncos, hey, can I please come back? but at the same time, having those kind of guys, you got a big guy that can go up and make the tough catches. And then you got the speed, quickness, route running, get open in a hurry kind of guy. It just gives you so many more things that you can do on that offense. And we got El Chilis coming in saying, crazy first day. What should Broncos do with second pick? Thank you so much for the super chat there. And yeah, I think the Broncos can go so many directions. I really do. I don't think you can sit there and say they have to go linebacker, they have to go tight end. They have enough at each of those positions that you can say, okay, you know what? We went 14-3 with this tight end room last year, and we got better weapons this year than we did last year. Linebacker, we had a top 3 defense with them last year. So it's not like you have to go find a player. If they want to add to the offensive line and say, hey, well, you're not going to start this year, but maybe next year you're going to be our guy. I think you'd rather do it early than late for sure. And we got Derek Kincaid coming in saying best pass rush in football. Let's either go all in on offense, maybe a tight end or running back, add a linebacker or a defensive end. Yeah, like I said, you can really go so many ways and feel good about what the Broncos have done. I don't think, unless they take a punter, kicker, quarterback, I'm trying to think of any other positions that I'd be upset about them taking at this point.
Pure center.
There you go. Those would be the only positions that I'd say, what in the world are you doing? But otherwise, if they take one, I'm going to go, yep, makes sense.
Yeah, by the way, Derek, good to see you. Thanks for being a member. El Chillis, dude, thank you for the super chat. Welcome. That's a newer name that I don't necessarily recognize on super chat. So welcome. Appreciate you being with us today.
Carson jumping in here saying, why am I so behind? I'm barely getting the Raiders pick in. We're tipping picks, guys. We have our Twitter feeds pulled up and people we talk to texting back and forth. So we're going to be ahead. Last night we were, I think, as far as like 5 picks ahead, at least against the broadcast. Like we were well ahead to us.
Yeah, but Lance, real quick. Yeah. That's part of why people want to watch the MHH show, because they're getting the information faster. They can go about their lives. And, then when it shows up on TV, they got the TV muted, just like I do right now. It's like old news. You get to go, and you're still moving forward. But he's saying G.I. Jers 90. Lance, he's saying Aqib lied to us. No big move has been forthcoming in the draft, guys.
Well, it's still early. It's still very early. We're not even 40 picks into this thing yet, guys. Like, I have a little bit of patience here. I'm like, there could be so many different things. I mean, there's been rumors float around that the Falcons are kind of shopping Kyle Pitts around, and that would be a very interesting option to add here. I mean, there's also been a little bit of rumbling that after taking Kenyon Sadiq in the first round yesterday, that the Jets may be shopping Mason Taylor, the tight end that took in the second round last year. Like, that would be another intriguing option as well. Just have a little bit of patience here, guys. I'm sure we're going to have something really juicy to sink our teeth into and really break it down. And the Broncos are going to get better tonight.
Yeah. And we have the Chiefs pick in. They're taking a pass rusher, R. Mason Thomas. And, whenever he's on the field, run right at him. Like, just run right at him. That's
interesting. It doesn't match what Spagnuolo really likes to have as of his edge players. He likes bigger guys with more power than Thomas. Like, he's a speed rusher only. It's interesting. It's interesting pick.
I think it's the Nick Bonito effect. After seeing what Nick Bonito's done as that same type of just basically pass rush specialist that brings plenty of speed and can do some run defense on the back end, chasing it down from behind. I think it's the Nick Bonito effect within the division and how much impact Nick Bonito has had in those games against Kansas City, that it's kind of them saying, let's go try to get our own version of that in our Mason Thomas.
Yeah.
Real quick, guys, I want to catch up on a couple supers. We'll continue talking about our Mason Thomas, but El Chillis jumps in again saying Drew Sanders might play outside linebacker. Tight end, a good pick. Love Njoku, though. Njoku could be a possibility. Don't set your heart on it after the draft. We'll see, buddy. Thanks for the super. Derek jumping in on super chat this time because he's a superstar, saying we are going running back like when we did with Javonte Williams. I mean, it is worth mentioning that in his 5 drafts as the Broncos GM, he's made 4 second-round picks, George Payton. 2 of them have been running backs. So we'll see, Derek. And then one more super chat. We'll toss it back to the fellas here. Jamil Thorne jumping in. Welcome, Jamil. It's nice to have you with us, big dog. Thank you for the super chat. He says, Carl, congrats on the house. And nice Cartier. Is that how you say it? Watch?
Yeah, Cartier.
Jamil knows some things, huh?
Yeah, well, so if you didn't know, my Twitter or X, whatever you want to call it, did get hacked. Somebody's been on there putting out some very interesting things. I've had friends from college messaging me going, Carl, what happened? I thought you were doing this whole pastor thing. Now you're out here selling cars and houses and
he even almost got me, dude. Remember I was like, hey, Carl, is this you, bro? Has he still been posting on your account or once he was found out, did he stop?
No, he's still been posting. Just, I think today there were some more things that he posted. I've been keeping an eye on it. So I do have a backup account where I added an S, Carl S at Carl S. Dummler, MHH. I'm still working on trying to get my original account back, but Twitter's like, oh no, you're fine. It looks like you. So
basically,
I'm sorry,
this hacker
guys, please.
jumped in and did all the things before Carl could realize what was going on, threw in a new email address, a new passcode. So he's basically locked him out of his own account. And this is a good lesson for everybody who cares about their Twitter following or Twitter account. make sure you have some security on that bad boy, because the hackers are out there, dude.
Yep, they're working overtime. So, like I said, not me, but I appreciate that, Jamil. There, I hopefully one of these days maybe I get it back, but Twitter doesn't seem to care. I might have to live with starting over.
My original Twitter account got hacked about 2 years ago, so I know all too well what it means to start all the way over, and it sucks because I had just shy of like 3,000 followers. I'm like 850 right now, and it's been 2 years since then. So I feel for you, dude.
But anyway, back to the draft. R. Mason Thomas. I know we also had another pick, Cassius Howell to the Bengals. So now getting that run on edge. Here's the thing: is R. Mason Thomas. I still think Nick Bonito is a little bit of a unicorn.
Yeah.
And yes, other teams will look at that going, okay, well, maybe we do need to get a little bit faster and quicker guys coming off the edge. R. Mason Thomas can't do some of those things. And I think the other thing is people forget Nick Bonito, it took him about 3 years before you really started seeing production at the level that you would want. And so R. Mason Thomas, one, I think he's a little bit smaller than Nick Bonito when he came out of college. And two, Chiefs, if you're going to have to be waiting 3 years before you really see much from this, I don't think many Chiefs fans are going to be looking at that going, hey, this is great value here at the early part of round 2.
And the other thing with that is with R. Mason Thomas and Nick Bonito was a late second round pick. It's a little bit different getting a pass rush specialist who can't really defend the run there with an early second round pick.
The R in R Mason stands for run at me because I can't stop the run. That's Mblex stepping in here. Perfect. That's so good, dude. I love it. Yeah. I absolutely love it.
I'm going to love Garrett Bowles seeing him across and just go, really? And it's going to be, what's that football movie where about the guy that ended up playing for the Ravens?
The Blind Side, the Michael
Blind Side, yeah. And he has like the little kid that comes in across from him and he just kind of shoves him to the ground and then helps pick him up. It's going to be that kind of moment when Garrett Bowles sees that happen.
Ooh, we got the pick for the same. Go ahead.
And fun fact with R. Mason Thomas, the R stands for R. It's not for anything else. So his family, they have on his mother's side, they have a thing of R names for males. But she liked the name Mason so much, she threw the R in there. So it's R Mason. Like, doesn't stand for anything else. It's just an R.
I'm not muted. Okay, so I wanted to jump in here. We got the pick per Jordan Schultz. The 42 pick is in. The Saints have selected Georgia defensive tackle Kristen Miller. This is good for them. This is good for them. I mean, where he was player 16 on my board. First round value here for me. A quality nose tackle, 2 gapping run stuffer. Really good upside as a pass rusher as well. Like, I like Kristen Miller a lot. And if Denver wouldn't have traded for Jalen Waddle, he would have had my eyes on him big time for the Broncos. Like, honestly, he would have been a tremendous fit in this defense.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see where he ends up at with in terms of where he was playing on that line, because that has probably been one of the least consensus things there is about which spot is Christian Miller the best at. I've heard some say that it's 4-eye 5 technique. I've seen others say that he's a pure 3, and others say he's a pure 0-1 technique. So there has been a wide range of it. Very few have been saying that they can do a lot of different, that he can do multiple. It's been like he is a one spot guy type player. I thought he had a little bit more that versatility to play 0 through 5, but people, other draft analysts and people in the NFL that I talk with, they seem to very much be in disagreement with that. But we are definitely in a run on defensive players.
Yeah, I thought Eric, going back to what you said, I thought 0 to 3 would probably be his ideal role. Put him as a 2-eye or that a true nose in a 3-4 front. Like, that would be probably his best role for me. But if you wanted to play him as a 3 technique in a 4 down, like I think he could do that. It wouldn't be the best fit for him. I don't think that he's quite athletic enough or bursty enough to be able to do something like that. But in an attack front as a nose, sure, why not?
Hey, real quick, guys, I want to grab this from Derek, who wants to know thoughts on a possible Riley Moss trade. And Eric, this is something that you haven't exactly predicted, like saying, hey, guys, here's what's going to happen, mark my words, but you've talked quite a lot about it. So what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, there's been a lot going around, a lot of smoke anyways about the Broncos not only fielding calls, but making calls about both Riley Moss and Jaquan McMillan, to where I think there's a pretty good chance that at least one of them gets moved throughout at some point during this draft. And a lot of conversations yesterday were about a Moss package for a Pitts package, as the Falcons are really needing corner, but with the way corners have fallen, and the Falcons about to be on the clock here at 48, depending on what they do, if it's not a corner, I think that we can start looking back at that Pitts Moss package trade. But they've been pretty adamant about playing Jahdae Barron out on the boundary more so in the nickel, which leads me to be more of a Moss trade. But it's one of those things. You're not trading the player just to trade him. You have your value for him, and you want to get that value. You don't want to just give them away. If they don't get it, I don't think a trade's going to happen. But they are more than willing to move on from him if they get that offer they want.
Do you have a preference? I guess as a Broncos guy, which one would you feel more comfortable moving on from?
I would rather Denver move on from Jaquan McMillan. And to be blunt, I think both of them this is their last year in Denver for both of them at the most. I don't see an avenue for them to pay them with the way their salary cap is, with the money that's in play, with the ownership buying 40% of the Rockies, having a Bo Nix contract coming, and paying for the new stadium. It just may not pan out to pay both of them. I would rather see them trade Jaquan McMillan this year, because of the fact I have issues with Jahdae Barron on the outside. He's got short arms. He's not the tallest. He's not the longest player, and you need that length out there on the side. It's Riley Moss has been very good for Denver. Don't get me wrong. He's been very grabby as well. That's part of it. But another issue that he has in coverage is that length. He's got short arms, and it has impacted his ability to really attack the catch point at times, and he's given up some good catches, even with having good coverage, because that length just isn't there.
Real quick here, we got the Lady D, Deanna Hendry, checking in off the top rope with a very generous super chat, a bona fide Mount Rushmore superstar, rocking and rolling here. She says, I'm hoping for Jacob Rodriguez, Jake Golday, or the tight end from Vanderbilt, Eli Stowers / wide receiver, whatever. I'd be happy with either of these three, she says. Go Broncos. Carl, what do you got for Lady D on that trio?
I like them all. I can understand each and every one of them. I mean, Rodriguez would definitely be at the top of my list in that group. I'd probably have Stowers over Golday, if I'm being honest here. Golday, I just, like I said, you see the athletic profile and you say, man, that looks really good at the linebacker position. I just question a little bit of the instinct side of things. And he's just going to need a good playing partner next to him to really maximize what he brings to the table. But Eli Stowers, if you put him in that big slot position, which honestly is a big part of what the Broncos like to do on offense, I think he would really thrive there. And go ahead, Eric.
I'm going to interrupt you here in a little bit. Sorry to crush everybody's dreams here. Jacob Rodriguez just got drafted to the Miami Dolphins.
That gummit. That gummit.
There goes the dream.
I had to do it.
There goes the dream, Lady D. Man. All right.
So I just texted my father-in-law, Tony, who's an avid, gigantic Miami Dolphins fan. He's been relatively pissed off for pretty much the entire course of the draft so far, specifically with the Caden Proctor pick. He loved the Chris Johnson pick there. Not sure what he's going to have to say about Jacob Rodriguez, but I mean, they need talent at every level of every position at the entire roster. So they get a fun playmaker to add to the defense here for sure.
There goes one of the dreams for a lot of Broncos fans. But guys, there's still plenty of good players on the board. We'll see. Yeah. We'll see how it shakes out. Real quick, El Chillis jumping in again, saying, I don't mind a trade for a running back or a tight end like Breece Hall or Kyle Pitts with a second-round pick. If we trade one of the corners, give me more. It would give more time for Chris Abrams' drain. That's very true. That's very true. Your thoughts for El Chillis, fellas?
I agree. I think Chris Abrams drain, he did well last year when Patrick Surtain went down with injury and he had to jump into that starting lineup. And the defense didn't all of a sudden fall off a cliff just because our defensive player of the year went down. I think a lot of people thought they would. Raising my hand on that, just because, you lose that kind of talent off your defense. It's hard to make up for that. But obviously with the pass rush, it makes life a little bit easier for that secondary. And so you can have a guy like Chris Abrams-Drain come off the bench and do well. And I do think he's a good player. Now, should he be starting on a regular basis? I'd be a little bit concerned about that. I still think teams would probably pick on him just as much as they did Riley Moss if you trade Riley Moss and then put Chris Abrams-Drain in that spot. And it'd be interesting to see how he handles that. But I'm not against one of those cornerbacks being traded if it helps get us something else. If it helps us get Kyle Pitts added to this team, all of a sudden our offense goes from one of the worst offensive weapons groups in the NFL to now we've got Waddle and Pitts on the offense. It's looking like a pretty darn good unit at that point.
So got a text from a friend of mine who covers the Dolphins, and he was telling me that apparently they were deciding between Chris Johnson and Jacob Rodriguez there with that first round pick after trading up for it, or before trading up for it. And then they decided to move up, get Chris Johnson. And they had been trying to move up since last night, trying to get to 33, trying to make that trade with the 49ers to secure Jacob Rodriguez, and have basically called every single team ahead of them trying to get up, and just didn't have enough interest for what they're willing to give up, and stay there and got the guy that they have absolutely adored throughout this process. And with the new scheme that's coming in defensively with the new coach coming over from Green Bay, he is that middle, that voice, that impact player there in the middle of the defense to lead it. He is their Edgerrin Cooper that, Green Bay took just a couple of years ago for that scheme.
Well, and Jacob Rodriguez was formerly a quarterback. He transitioned to linebacker. Was it after his freshman year in college or shortly after that? And he sees the game from a quarterback's perspective on the defensive side of the football, which puts him in perfect position all the time. Like, the guy's consistently around the football, which is why he's such a turnover machine. I like it for Miami. My father-in-law hates it. He's cursing me out on the text message thread right now. The expletives are hilarious, but no, like to get a dynamic playmaker, again, you need help across this entire roster to get one of the more dynamic playmakers on the defensive side of the football. It just makes a lot of sense. Eric, you obviously got something up there. The look on your face was hilarious. We need to clip this if we can.
The Lions traded up and they took Derek Moore, the edge from Michigan, who was one of those like secret sneaky guys I really wouldn't have mind Denver if Denver took there at 62. But the run on defense continues. I think all but 3 picks so far have been defense. Yeah, 2 receivers and a guard. Everything else has been defense. And the Baltimore Ravens are on the clock, and this could be has the potential to be a little bit of a surprise from what I've gathered.
So, question for you. There's a couple linebackers we've not talked about yet, of CJ Allen and Anthony Hill Jr. Because before the Broncos traded their first round pick, there's a lot of people mocking CJ Allen to the Broncos. He's kind of cooled off draft stock wise since then. But I guess, we keep mentioning Jacob Rodriguez and of course Golday as well. Where would you rank those two compared to now Golday and Josiah Trotter?
So on my board, I have CJ Allen at the 27th overall linebacker. I just never thought that he was actually going to fall that far to get to the Broncos at number 62. Now, Dane Brugler,
27th overall linebacker?
No, 27th overall player on my board. Just ahead of Elijah Surratt, who's still available. I'm updating my board as we go here. So CJ Allen, I didn't think he was ever going to fall far enough for the Broncos to be able to get him. But going back to what I was saying, Dane Brugler, shortly after he released the Beast, he did a full 7-round mock draft and mocked CJ Allen to the Broncos at number 62. So maybe that's starting to come to a fruition here a little bit. But in terms of where I would have him with Rodriguez, he would have been just ahead of Rodriguez. And then Rodriguez, I have ahead of Jake Golday, and Anthony Hill Jr. would have been in the 60s, where Golday is a top 50 player on my board.
What about you, Eric?
For me, I have CJ Allen is my 43rd 33rd overall player, I think is what he was. And then both Jake Golday, who I do have a little bit higher than Anthony Hill, both of whom were in my top 60. And then at 62, I had Josiah Trotter. So they're all within basically, 20 spots of each other. It's a very close linebacker group, and they're all such different players. So whatever you're looking for, you can find somebody in this class to fit that bill.
That was one of the more fun things about scouting through this linebacker class is there's so many different options. I mean, you've got coverage guys, you got downhill guys, you got sideline to sideline guys, like size hitters. You've got fluid athletes like a Kyle Lewis from Pittsburgh, who's more probably a safety at the NFL level, or like an overhang nickel player, a big nickel, if you will. But Anthony Hill Jr., I think, is probably, in terms of coverage, probably the worst out of that next group. I mean, Allen has some issues there. Trotter has issues there. Golday actually kind of excels in coverage because of the length and fluidity that he has in his lower half. Like, he's definitely a quality coverage player. Still very young for the position too, so he's got a lot of upside. Anthony Hill Jr. is more of a downhill. Try not to put him backwards because he just struggles so mightily getting depth and just getting into position.
And we have the Ravens pick in. They got a guy who I was told by somebody with Ravens they had as a top 20 player in this class. And it was like, as it was told to me, we're going to get a top 20 player that for us with in the second round. And it's Zion Young, the Missouri edge, who is, if you want to talk about prototypes, he is that Ravens. He's that Jesse Minter. He is that prototype edge rusher for them.
Yep.
They are so good at just every other year taking an edge guy in the middle, day two, and that player turning into something not maybe all pro, but a good productive player for them. Well, every other year, it seems that's the way they go.
You got like Adafe Owe, David Ojabo. Now you get Zion Young. I wasn't a big fan of Zion Young because I think he's limited as a pass rusher, but as a run stopper, you want to put your hand in the dirt and just be an ass kicker on the edge.
What's going on? What's going on?
We have a third linebacker now off the board with the Buccaneers taking Josiah Trotter.
Ooh. The successor.
Who I was told fairly reliably by multiple people yesterday was the guy the Broncos wanted at 62.
Huh.
I can tell you that Trevor Sikkema is enjoying himself right now because they get Reuben Bain Jr. at 15, and then they get Josiah Trotter, a player that he really liked as well. So shout out to the NFL Stock Exchange boys, because I'm sure that he's doing backflips for Bleacher Report on their live coverage right now. That's fun. That's fun for them.
So another name that's kind of falling that I don't think any of us thought would be maybe there at 62. McNeil Warren, is there a reason that he's falling? Because a lot of people had him mocked in the first round.
I was just about to ask this, the exact same question.
I've asked around on that going back to last night because a lot of people were talking about him there in the first round. I haven't gotten anything really for why. Outside of it, it's just a deep safety class, and there's a lot of group. It's similar to linebacker. There's a lot of guys that are bunched together, and they're all different types. But he was heavily linked with the Broncos prior to trading away the Waddle pick. Maybe he's that guy somewhat similar to Jahdae Barron last year. He falls into their laps, and they get a guy that they had such a high grade on that just falls to them for whatever reason.
String Guy says, I wouldn't mind Hunter if he's still on the board. I'm pretty sure he's still on the board, right? He hasn't been taken yet.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. What would you make of that, Carl? Lee Hunter at 62?
I would love it for a couple of reasons. One, just adding more beef to the defensive line. I think of yes, we beat the Buffalo Bills, but we beat them in such a strange way that it's not usually repeatable to get that many turnovers. They were running all over us. So getting a big guy in the middle that can just take on double teams and help in the run game would be huge. And two, just locker room guy. I mean, I know they talked about John Franklin Myers, and I'm trying to remember, I think Roach was the other. That was a big smack talker when they were doing practices and in games and stuff. And Lee Hunter, it sounds like he's that kind of guy. I think he'd be an incredible fit in the locker room where he'd be loved from day one. And he's got a little bit more pass rush than people realize. He looks so short and stocky, but yet he somehow has a great first step to get into the backfield if you need him to. And so, yeah, I think for pick 62, I would be pretty happy with that one.
By the way, when you see something come in, Eric, that's whether it's, pick is in that you gets blasted on X early or something shocking, just cut one of us off if we're talking. Just get it out there, man, because people see it on your face in the chat and they're like, ooh, 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 Eric, what? Eric's got something. Then they got to wait, 2 minutes till one of us is done talking. So just spit it out, man. Just cut us off when something interesting happens.
All right. But yeah, it is a little interesting for Trotter to go on this early. I don't think there were many who were expecting it, and going to the Buccaneers, who they are a team that has loved dipping into the bloodlines. Fathers that played in the NFL and taken their sons. Antoine Winfield as well, so is one of them. So not surprising he really fits that Todd Bowles thing defense, and they've had some issues. They're going to have some issues at linebacker with what they have, and he can step in. And he just turned 21, and despite his issues in coverage, he is a good communicator. He can be that green dot player who they have lost with Levante David now retiring. So I do like the pick for them. I am questioning why not CJ Allen. And I'm just wondering if there's a little bit more there with the injury stuff that's kind of come out over the last few weeks, and a little bit more there with the general intelligence of CJ Allen that has come out over the last few weeks as to why he's kind of definitely dropping in the linebacker rankings, going from what was, number 2 to here and over the last couple of days that he may not even be in the top 5 for some teams.
Just a lack of football IQ, huh?
Which is interesting because he went into Georgia, and as a sophomore at Georgia, he became the green dot player. So it's interesting that that's now becoming a bit of a question. And I know this is something that Lance and I have talked about behind the scenes about the lack of IQ in coverage. I don't think it was necessarily a lack of IQ. I just think it was the movement skills that weren't really getting him into position and keeping him, making him look like he was getting out of position, which was a big issue for me. And that was another element that's really kind of lowered his draft stock, is teams just don't see it in coverage, and they don't see it outside the tackles either. And for being a between the tackles run defender, they don't really see the impact plays you want to see for a guy of that style, like they do with Josiah Trotter.
Max Rio wants to know, a dear member, so who is the best available linebacker on the board now, Eric, with Trotter and Rodriguez, Gonzo?
So the best linebacker available on my board is CJ Allen, but with some of the stuff, I finalized my board like 2 weeks ago, so that was before some of this new stuff that's come out. So I would put an asterisk on that. After him, it's Jake Golday and Anthony Hill, who are both in the mid-late 50s. I only have 2 players separating the two, so they're pretty close. And again, very different style players. Either one of them can make a lot of sense for what the Broncos could use in that room, just because of what they have and Alex Singleton's age.
We got a trade here, guys. The Colts are trading up to number 47 overall. They're sending 249 to the Pittsburgh Steelers, who get 53, 135, and 237. No, wait, I got it backwards. The Steelers are trading up to the Colts. Yep. Yeah. The Steelers are trading up to the Colts, sending 53, 135, and 237s. The Colts will get 47 and 249.
And just so we know, we're 15 picks away from the Broncos here.
Yeah. At long last, gang.
And then watch them trade back. And then we got to continue to wait. It's very a possibility that, dude, that's exactly what the Broncos do.
I'm telling you guys, half of the reason the Broncos have been as conservative and quiet and dry and this offseason is just because Sean Payton loves to troll the media and the fans. So it wouldn't surprise me. I mean, I'm being a little bit facetious here, but it would not surprise me and would once again be the ultimate freaking troll. So I'm touching wood as I say it. Can't happen. Don't do that to us.
And I know Glenn is going to be happy about this. I know he's a really big fan of him with who the Steelers traded up for. They traded up to take the Alabama wide receiver, Jeremy Bernard. And I remember Glenn reaching out to me, I want to say in February, maybe January, asked me about my opinions on Jeremy Bernard. I wasn't as high on him then, but I definitely came around, and I really like this pick. And if you want to talk about teams that have done well finding a specific player or a specific position in, these mid rounds, like Carl was talking about with the Ravens and edge rushers, second round, third round receivers for the Steelers, just so consistently, every couple of years, they're finding a guy there. Although that was a different regime then than it is now. So maybe things have changed, but I do really like this pick for the Steelers as well.
He may not be as explosive as Mekhi Lemon, but after trying to go up and get Mekhi Lemon or trying to draft Mekhi Lemon yesterday, the Steelers getting a guy like Jeremy Bernard who does a lot of very similar things, winning over the middle of the field. You can use him out of the backfield on jet sweeps and stuff like that. Like, he's a fun player. He's not the best player. He's more of a jack of all trades than a master of one. But to get a player like this after swinging and missing on Mekhi Lemon yesterday, this is a noteworthy pick for the Steelers here.
He was maybe my second favorite wide receiver in this draft. Not second best, just second favorite to watch. Just because, like I said, he did everything well. There wasn't a part of his game that I was like, oh man, that's going to be a problem in the NFL. He just looks like that try hard, I'm going to outwork everybody kind of guy. And for the Steelers, which is very fitting, Pittsburgh always seems to find those lunch pail, go to work kind of guys. And yeah, I think he's going to be a great fit. He can work over the middle. He can go win over the top if you need him to. He can catch a screen pass and do well. He's going to help in the run game. And yeah, I just, part of me, yes, I know wide receiver is not a need for the Broncos, but if they took him, I'd be going, I like it. Just because, like I said, I just like the guy. I really think he's just going to be such a good player. And we got El Chili's coming back in saying thoughts on Ty to the Rams pick and feel bad for McCoy falling this far. Yeah, it stinks when an injury is what drops a player. I mean, this is the risk. Those guys that make that decision to go back for an extra year. I think of even like Nick Singleton at running back. A couple years ago, we were talking about him being a first round pick. And we don't know where he's going to go in this draft, but I'd be surprised if he went before the fourth round. And then Ty going to the Rams, it makes sense. I mean, this is probably kind of like we would do if the Broncos, not that they took a quarterback, but a little bit when Bo Nix was taken, there was some of that, hey, this is Sean Payton. We're going to trust that he knows what he's doing with the quarterback position. And that's been proven true because Bo Nix has been a really good quarterback. Where now Ty going to the Rams, you got to know McVay signed off on it. Anytime there's a quarterback and a head coach, especially an offensive head coach, they're not going to be – I think the only time I remember a coach really struggling with signing off, Paxton Lynch. News came out afterwards that John Elway and Kubiak were not in agreement on that pick. And we saw how that worked out. So you would think, especially taking a guy top 13, that the coach would sign off on it. And yeah, Matthew Stafford might be a little upset about it. It's one of those tough ones because you're in a Super Bowl window. Are you going to waste a pick that's going to just sit on the bench? But you do not want to be left without a quarterback at any time. So Green Bay's done this for years of, hey, we're going to take a quarterback, sit him on a bench for 2 years, and then we're going to have a great quarterback. And that's part of why they've only had 3 quarterbacks in 40 years?
Since 1994. Yep, 1994.
And we have the Falcons pick is in, and they still have Terrell, right? Because now they have 2 of them. Right?
AJ Terrell, yes. Yeah.
Yes. Now they have Avion Terrell as well.
They took his little brother.
That corner that they took. So maybe no Pitts trade for the Broncos now.
Hey, real quick, guys, we got over 300 with us in the room on YouTube. Guys, real quick, smash the like button. We want to reach as many of our subscribers as possible. And to help us do that, we need your help with the like. The comments are great. Keep them coming. This is a dialectic. It's a conversation. It's a chat. That's why we're here. But help us reach everybody else by liking this stream right now. Help us get over what are we right now? Nowhere near enough. So if everyone in the room right now just takes a second, hits like, we'll keep on trucking. Real quick, guys. Ryan Carter, a Deer member, he's saying, I'm hearing that the Eagles are going to trade A.J. Brown to the Patriots post June 1st. What are you guys hearing on that?
Adam Shepard reported that. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's basically been known as a done deal for about a month and a half, about since the combine, that he was going to end up being a Patriot. The details of the trade aren't fully known, but it's always been, he's going to end up with the Patriots, and it's going to be after June 1st, just for contract reasons. With that, what post June 1st does with contracts and the money and the split of that. So it's going to happen, and everybody knows it. And there is some belief that maybe a team who doesn't get the receiver they want in the draft jumps in and tries to change things, but it's expected to be the AJ Brown going to the Patriots.
Which, I mean, it's a good fit for them. I think he's usually he's pretty good for about 2 years whenever he moves to a new team. He'll kind of say the right things. And I don't even know if you could say that he was saying the wrong things with the Eagles. There's some talk that it was more other players kind of using him and saying, hey, you're a guy that's willing to go be public. Will you kind of go say the things that we all want to say, but we can't say? And so that can sometimes happen too. But I think that'll be a great fit for them. And obviously, I'm interested though, 2027 first round pick. That's a lot to give up for a guy that's 29 years old, something like that. So not on the best part of his career, and has a little bit of injury history now. He's got the ankle injury that's been nagging him for a couple years. So big risk for the Patriots, I think. But at this point, you were in the Super Bowl, so you got to go make a big splash.
Can somebody reach out to Diana Rossini to confirm this? Just reach out to her. She'll probably know, right?
Well, she deleted her Twitter account, so no, nobody can reach out to her anymore unless you have her personal phone number.
I didn't know that. And I gotta say, the NFL Twitter account has been releasing the graphics that are really terrible. And the one that they released it's like cartoonish drawing style, and the one they released for Jacob Rodriguez is gonna give me nightmares. Like, it is that bad.
Yeah, it's like bad AI.
Yeah.
It's like terrible AI.
Oh, I just looked at it. Yeah.
I haven't seen it yet, but the Vikings have traded out to Carolina, according to Josina Anderson.
Yeah. We have Dave Glassman asking about the headphones. Yeah, my Gengar's my favorite Pokemon. I have a sticker of him sitting there and another one that's sitting here off screen. So when my old headset started giving me a lot of audio issues and having to listen to crackly noises just because the wire kind of got bent and broken a little bit, the wife and kid for Christmas got me the Gengar ones. So Razer, I'm a big fan of Razer products as well.
I need to get a Charizard set of those. Like, Charizard's my favorite Pokemon of all time, and I could live with it.
Basic.
I don't care, man. I literally don't care. Fire type starters forever. All right,
you guys are killing me.
Except for the
nerds. I can go down the path with you on Star Wars, but maybe Lord of the Rings, Pokemon, video games.
Did you see that? Speaking of combining a couple things here, Legos and Lord of the Rings and football, even apparently Mendoza got early. There's a Minas Tirith Lego set coming out, and apparently he got access to it early, and he spent part of his day yesterday putting it together before the draft night stuff started.
Super nerd, huh?
Yeah,
kind of cool. I took my daughter to Legoland. Me and one of my best friends, we took our daughters, like a daddy-daughter trip to Legoland. It's pretty cool. It's pretty awesome experience if you've never done it. Highly recommend for the kids. All right, guys, we got Diego jumping in saying
Infernape clears. Infernape clears. No, sir.
Come on, thank you.
I don't know what that means. El Chilla saying, Lance, water starters forever. Nerds. Just kidding. Hey,
this is
awesome.
This
is what the chat wants. This is what the chat gets, I guess.
Greninja. I love it. Ash Greninja from the Sun and Moon.
Another one that we've seen a couple people in the chat bring up. The Panthers traded up and they selected Lee Hunter, the big nose tackle out of Texas A&M or Texas Tech.
Yeah, another good pick. I'm surprised how many picks have made so much sense so far this draft. Considering how much people were saying that teams are really all over the board with who they think should be ranked where, so many of these picks really have made sense. There's only been about 3 or 4 that I'm kind of shaking my head going, what? Really? That's who you went? And thankfully Chiefs did one of them. So I'm happy about that. Raiders, unfortunately, have made 2 good picks. Chargers have made a good pick. And so, I like I said, this one makes a lot of sense. They need somebody big in the middle, working there, just giving them a little bit more space for the other guys to work on the edge. And I think they're having a pretty good draft.
That's why I mocked Caden McDonald to the Panthers in the first round, because I thought that would have been made so much sense to pair alongside with Eric Brown. Max Ryu jumping in here talking about Emmanuel McNeil-Warren again. And when I first saw the Vikings had traded with the Panthers, I'm like, oh, hey, look at that. Here comes Minnesota, a team that everybody had mocked Emmanuel McNeil-Warren or Dylan Thieneman into, and to see them trade out of that, maybe they think he's going to continue falling, and he very well could be available at 62, but the fall for him is very interesting to see. And I don't understand why. Is it like a level of competition thing playing from Toledo, or what's the deal here, guys? That we have any kind of insight on that? I'm very, very curious as to see how this plays out.
Yeah, I'm not sure why McNeil-Warren's fallen. Still haven't heard anything about it. Like, all the intangibles throughout the process was coming back very very positive, and there was a lot of love for him on and off the field with his versatility. I mean, it just might be the fact that this is just a strong safety class, and it's not a overly valued position really. And then we have Cody coming in. Gengar is a very close second to Zard. Oh, Cody, thank you for the super chat, but you're breaking my heart here. And then Mblex coming in. Fun fact: share a birthday with Mewtwo, and I know exactly when that is. And you share a birthday with somebody else of the MHH crew too, as well.
How about that?
So I'm not a huge Pokemon guy. It was kind of, I guess, Chad, you and I are the old guys here.
Yep. It passed us. It was like after our time, I guess.
Yeah, it was. I just pretty much turned a teenager when it started becoming a real thing. So I didn't get into it too much. My sisters did. And so I got into it a little bit just with them. I'm a Snorlax guy. That's my favorite there. I love that guy that just is sleeping away. All of a sudden just wakes up, does one thing, goes back to sleep. Sounds pretty good life to me. But no, it's being the old guys, sometimes these things like that passing us by. I guess it happens. I turned 40 this next week.
I don't even want to mention how much closer to 50 I am than you, Carl. It's scary. Diego says, I wouldn't be opposed to Eli Stowers if he's available, even though my dude cannot block. He's still lingering, guys. Eric, he's out there still. Eli.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, it was reported by Ian Rappaport that a lot of teams view him as a wide receiver. It's kind of come out since then that most teams view him as a receiver. Ian Rappaport, when he made throughout the Mike Evans comparison. I talked about it this morning with Nick on Broncos for breakfast, and I actually pulled up the RAS comparison between the two, and it's even compared as a wide receiver. Eli Stowers has a better RAS score than Mike Evans did, so he's an interesting one. Where do teams view him at? Denver has at least shown a lot of interest in him. He is still falling, but he is one that could very well get drafted here soon. He's been one that has been linked heavily with a few teams here in the next handful of picks. So we'll see. I mean, the Vikings are one, and they're coming up here just after the Jets at 51. And I mean, TJ Hawkinson, he's been one that they've been trying to trade and listening to trade offers for. So maybe they're making a change if they do view him as a tight end. And even if they view him as a receiver, he could pair pretty well with Jordan Addison and Justin Jefferson.
And the Jets pick is in, and they took D'Angelo Pons, cornerback from Indiana.
Yes, sir. Yes, freaking sir. I love D'Angelo Pons. He was like, Eric and I had a conversation a couple weeks ago on Dove Valley Deep Divers talking about players that you just want to have on your team. And this guy is it. I don't give a damn that he's only 5'9" and 180 pounds. This dude plays well above his weight class. He's very physical. He's an incredible tackler. He's got great ball skills. He can play inside, can play outside. He's got length despite being 5'9". Like, this dude is freaking awesome. I'm here for what the Jets are cooking up, man. Like, they are killing it this year in the draft. Good Lord. Oh, my goodness. I'm sorry.
Darren Moogie's doing his thing over there.
Yeah, and Pons isn't at all surprising. One of the terribly kept secrets with this was how much Aaron Glenn absolutely loved Pons, and how much of in Pons Aaron Glenn sees himself in terms of the play style, the feistiness, and the physicality. And if you're a former player that coaches, you tend to gravitate to the players that kind of embody what you embodied on the field. Even if the body type's not the same, if you play with that same demeanor, they typically gravitate towards you.
Still 5'9" at the cornerback position with wide receivers getting big in the NFL. I mean, yeah, he's feisty, those kind of things. You're going to love the attitude and all of that, but there's still a size component for me that I'd like to see at least a little bit bigger. But no, he's a good player. I just think there's going to be some teams going, okay, let's put a big wide receiver. Let's get him lined up and let's just throw it up and see what we can do against him.
I don't want to necessarily disagree with you, but watching the tape of him going against Denzel Boston in that Washington game, the race has a lot of those concerns for me. He held his own against Denzel Boston and actually kind of locked him down in that game. Man, I'm kind of choked up right now. I love this kid so much, man.
Easy now. It's going to be okay.
Sorry. Had to do it, man.
He is badass. I mean, he's a feisty. I understand exactly what you're trying to say, Lance. He's just one of those glue guys that when he's on your team, you're just kind of like Jaquan McMillan. I'm not saying that, obviously very different draft stock, but that kind of just there when you need him, answers the bell, clutch gene, feisty, probably brings a little leadership swag to the table. Those guys are valuable, man, even when they don't have the measurables.
And I made the comment about Aaron Glenn. I didn't realize Aaron Glenn was only 5'9". So he is one of those small players that just didn't allow his size to define him. And
so this is Aaron Glenn's version of Coob and Trevor Siemian.
Yeah,
probably. Yeah, that's actually pretty good. I didn't realize Aaron Glenn was that small either. But again, feisty player. Aaron Glenn was that for the New York Jets for a long, long time. So it makes a lot of sense why Aaron Glenn would love a player like that.
Ryan Carter coming in. I would love to see our insider draft board. Which insider draft board are you wanting to see? I'm sure we could help you with that if you're talking about one of ours. I know mine is on my Twitter account, and I believe it's my pinned tweet. So just let us know, and I'm sure we can get it to you.
You say I can share a screen really fast. I have mine pulled up. It's updated at least through these last handful of picks. Might be a little difficult to read on your guys' end, but I can definitely share it for you guys. It's also up on my Twitter account as well.
So we're getting close to about 10 picks till the Broncos. Is there a top 3 names that you're really wanting at this point?
Emmanuel McNeil Warren. There you go. That's the guy. Either him or AJ Halsey. The safeties are falling, and that to me is the biggest need on this team. As it currently stands. I talked about it last night, saying, with Brandon Jones, the pec injury, you've got PJ Locke gone in free agency. The best player you have in terms of depth right now is Tyson Anderson, who's a special teams player, and then JL Skinner, who's never seen the field on a reliable basis for the defense. He's another special teams guy. You need somebody as a developmental piece or a player that you can trust to put in the starting lineup. And AJ Halsey or Emmanuel McNeil Warren are both players that you can do that with right away.
And just so you know, Jake Golday just went off the board to the Vikings. So there you go. Another name off the list. A lot of people really liking him for the Broncos. And, again, like I said, I liked him in many. I love the athletic profile. And I love that he would be coming to a Denver team that he isn't asked to start day one. He'd be a special teams guy, learn from Singleton, learn from Sternad, and then eventually get into that starting lineup. So I did like it that way. I just worried about I've seen too many times where you get these athletic linebackers that come in and then struggle in the NFL because it becomes such a mind game more so than a physical game for the linebacker position.
Yeah, he definitely has his concerns. The one comparison I heard made often, and this is a on football field, not the intangibles, the smarts and thing, but the play style was Jack Campbell. Jack Campbell was 6'4", 240 pounds, and he didn't play very low to the ground, and it created some issues for him as a rookie. Jake Golday is similar in that he has some change of direction issues as well, stemming from playing high. And that leads to some of the fluidity questions there in coverage, being able to stick, carry, and turn and run and carry tight ends down the seam. So there's a lot there to work with. He has the potential to be an all-around tight end, but I think there is also a lot of jumping on the fact that he played more snaps in the slot at Cincinnati than he did in the box, and immediately jumping to him being this great coverage player. But there's been a lot of concerns with his coverage when you actually dig into it, and there's a lot of concerns about this run and the instincts. So there was a lot of concern, but the Vikings, they're willing to take a shot on that with some of the changes that they've made with the defense that they run. And Brian Flores, I think Golday is a really good fit with that, especially when they go cover zero. So not at all surprised they went linebacker. They were one of the teams that sounded to be very interested in Jacob Rodriguez as well. So not at all surprised that they with Golday going there.
Yeah, he definitely makes a lot of sense where maybe you take some of the instincts needed out of the equation.
Yeah.
Hey, get downhill, go make a play. Those kind of things. I think that can fit well, or run backwards and get back in coverage and use your athleticism to cover a lot of space on the field. So I think that works. There are some names, I guess I would say, that are a little bit surprising to still be here. I mean, as we've talked about, McNeil Warren, a guy that many thought would be going first round, late first round, early second. Eli Stowers, a lot of people thought he was probably going to go early second round pick here. And yeah, CJ Allen is another one. A couple other guys I really like. Jennings Dunker's still there. I know we don't have Nick here to really hammer home how much the Broncos need him on this team, but he's a fun player.
He is, dude.
I listened to some of his interviews down at the Senior Bowl, and yeah, he's quite the character. He'd fit right in with what the Broncos do here, and a hard worker. He just fit right into that offensive line group. So I think there's a lot of directions the Broncos can go and feel good about it. And like Lance said earlier, if they go safety, it would not surprise me one bit. That third safety is very important, whether it's special teams or helping with injury and developing for the future. You'd rather have a guy that's ready next year for us than have to put a rookie there at that safety position and say, hey, good luck. You're the last man of the defense here, and we're going to really need you to step up and not give up the big play. So giving him a year to kind of work into it, I think would be good.
Yeah, we have the Packers pick in. It's Brendan Sisse, the corner out of South Carolina. And fun fact that I'm pretty sure was pretty widely reported on was prior to the trade deadline last year, prior to Patrick Surtain getting hurt, and prior to Tucker Kraft getting hurt, the Broncos and Packers actually had two separate trades kind of in the works, with Denver trading for Luke Musgrave and then the Packers trading for Jaquan McMillan. And, both injuries derailed that, and talks kind of picked back up over the last couple of weeks with it. But I think taking Brandon Sisse takes them out of the market for trading for a corner.
And Cisse fits a lot of what the Packers like in their cornerbacks. I mean, long, athletic, fluid. He's got some issues in terms of movement skills, but and he's still seemed a little bit raw on tape to me, just kind of playing out of position and bad trail technique. But if he can get his hands on you in press coverage, he's a quality coverage player. We got another super chat here from Chili's jumping in saying, Eric, I'd be playing Star Wars The Old Republic right now while listening to MHH, but my Wi-Fi is down, so you guys have my utmost attention.
Star Wars Old Republic is a really fun game. So it's a shame that you're not able to play it with the Wi-Fi down. I mean, it's enjoyable. It's one of the better Star Wars games that has been made over the many years. But I am still a sucker for old Star Wars Battlefront 2.
Hey, real quick, guys, Facebook, we're going to be signing off. The show's going to continue though. We're just, I mean, the Broncos will pick here in a few more. Packers at 52. So we got 9 picks to go. Broncos are on the clock. And then, of course, all of the third round still to go tonight. So the show's not ending, but we do have to say goodbye on Facebook. Come find us over on YouTube, Mile High Huddle on YouTube, and continue the conversation with us over there, Facebook. We love you. We appreciate you. But we'll see you. We'll see you on the YouTube side. And then, of course, we'll also begin our day 3 stream tomorrow on Facebook for a while too. But if you want to stay part of the conversation, head on over to YouTube and search Mile High Huddle and you'll find us.
So we've talked a lot about, go ahead.
I was going to say, while you're at it over on YouTube, make sure you become a YouTube member as well. You guys can get access to some of the exclusive stuff there, like Kelberman's Corner and the Trickle Zone.
There you go. So we've talked about players you would like for the Broncos to take. Is there a player that if they took him, you'd sit there and say, what in the world, that has been a realistic player that has been linked to the Broncos?
For me, no. Like, that's been linked to them was the key word there that you threw in. If you talk about guys who haven't been linked to them, obviously like Jermod McCoy would be one that would be kind of upsetting, but everybody that's been linked to the Broncos that is still available, they all make sense for Denver to take here.
One that hasn't been linked with, like Emmanuel Pregnon, I wouldn't hate it, but Sam Heck, the center from Kansas State, a pure center only. We talked about that a little while ago, like players that would be like shocking, you wouldn't like it. Positions that you wouldn't like, the pure center only. Sam Heck in that range. I mean, I could get behind it as a top 75 player on my board, but for the Broncos, no, that would be one. And I don't think he's been linked to the Broncos anyways, but that would be one that's like, I don't know exactly what's going on here.
Yeah, I think for me, and this might have some people upset, Max Clare.
Interesting.
I like him. He's fine. There's just some other tight ends that I think we could get later that I would feel much better about. Like I said, I don't hate him. I would hate to use our second round pick on him.
So I got a question for you guys. With Denver approaching, what are the odds you think that they, possibly trade up for a guy that might be falling for them compared to staying put or even trading back?
You got to think Sean Payton right now is right in George Payton's ear saying, get up there, get my guy, get with, he's got a name in his head that he really likes.
I'm going to interrupt you real quick with CJ Allen going to the Indianapolis Colts.
Ooh. It's a good pick for them.
Darn it. That's who I was really hoping for the Broncos here. But no, I'm sure Sean Payton is right there trying to work some kind of trade, and George Payton's trying to tell him to stay calm and we're going to be fine. I can't imagine if we get to our pick and then he trades back.
And missed the Eagles drafting Eli Stowers. So yep. Eli Stowers, CJ Allen, they go with the 53rd and 54th pick.
There we go. And
my
Patriots.
guess would probably be the 6 players that Denver had there at 62 that they talked about. So my guess would be that they're now gone.
At the same time, they might not have expected McNeil Warren to fall as far.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Man. So the last few picks real quick, just to bring everyone up to speed. CJ Allen, Brandon Sissy, Jake Golday, D'Angelo Pons, Lee Hunter, Avion Terrell, Jeremy Bernard, Josiah Trotter. So, and then what we have left, we got the Eagles just picked Eli Stowers. Chargers are on the clock. Then Jags, Bears, Niners, Texans, Bears again, Rams, then your Denver Broncos.
Patriots are on the clock. They traded up with the Los Angeles Chargers.
Interesting.
There you go.
How about this for interesting? Dale jumping off the top rope with a $50 super chat saying, hello, gentlemen. Broncos are now within range of using a 4th-round pick to move up, should they want to. Gents, move up, stay, or move down at this point. For me, I like the way this board is falling, especially with the safeties still on the board. Anthony Hill Jr. still available. There's a pair of running backs here. Like, there's some options here. They may not be what the Broncos had in mind for those 6 players that they had with Stowers and then Josiah Trotter and a couple other players going off the board here. But I mean, I like to see how much further this board falls and give it 3 or 4, maybe 5 more picks, and we'll see where it goes from there. But as of right now, I'm staying.
And with the Patriots trading up, who they traded 63 to move up, we actually have an idea of what it could cost Denver to move up now, who pick at 62. So the Patriots got to 55 by sending 131 and 202. So maybe 62 and like 111 could possibly get them here to, get them up 4 or 5 spots.
Yeah, I'm probably with Lance. If I had a choice, I'd probably just stay. There's still enough good names and just let the board fall, or even if they trade back, I don't have a problem with that. Getting into the 3rd round and adding a little bit more ammunition there to maybe move up, where now you can move one of those 4th round picks and you have 2 3rd round picks. And I'd feel much better about that, of having 2 day 2 picks in this draft than having 1 day 2 pick and then a bunch on day 3.
D-Dub, much love and respect, brother. It's so good to see you. I think there's still plenty of interesting guys on the board. I think they should stay 62. It's been a long wait. Take a player, get in on this draft party. I mean, Mike Washington Jr. is still on the board. Anthony Hill's on the board. I don't think anyone really expected him to. Most mocks I saw, guys, Anthony Hill Jr. was usually gone in the top half of the 2nd round. Now, Eric, where did you have Anthony Hill on your big board, dude?
He was about 56, 57 on my big board.
So he's coming up in that range. And then you had Washington at 51, 2, 3, 4, 5, 55. So
yeah,
right there.
He was right ahead of Anthony Hill.
Yeah. I mean, there's still plenty of options, guys. And again, one of the suspicions I've had for the last week and a half, MHH pod listeners know, is like, it wouldn't surprise me if it's going to be, when the pick comes in, we'll see who's on the board, but someone that no one was really expecting, like maybe even a guy that all here in the room perceive as a bit of a reach, but then in the fullness of time turns out to be a stud. Like the Broncos have a little bit of a habit of doing that. Guys, they did it last season. RJ was drafted way earlier than anyone in this room thought he'd be. Same with Pat Bryant. And, they panned out so far. It's early on those guys, but we could go back even farther, like with Nick Bonito. That was a bit of a surprise. No one was really expecting that, where he was picked, and the rest is history. So I don't know. I think it's been so dry. They've been out of this for so long. Stand pat at 62. Take a guy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I'm right there with you.
There's still a lot of people available, and as you kind of said, and I said it earlier, last year at 20, they never did a mock draft internally where they had Jahdae Barron falling to them. Maybe after trading for Jalen Waddle, they never ran a mock where possibly, Anthony Hill or Emmanuel McNeil-Warren or Emmanuel Pregnon, who they did bring in for a visit and is a local kid out of Denver, or AJ Halsey, maybe one of those guys, they were never there for them. So even though they had those 6 guys, maybe they're all gone, but maybe that now means somebody that they didn't expect to be there falls to them that they really like and can take. I still wouldn't be surprised at all if they end up moving back from the pick, but I'm not expecting a trade up. And I haven't been expecting a trade up for the past few days, actually.
Still waiting.
Gabe Jackets off the board.
Yep.
So, hey, D-Dub, love you, buddy. Thank you so much. It's great to see you tonight. Fox family also saying, so close. That is all. That's right, guys. We're within striking distance. The long wait is almost over.
Backus to the Patriots is such a great fit for them. Like, goodness gracious, big, lengthy, high motor, athletic, quality pass rusher, quality run stuffer. Like, that is such a Patriots pick, man. I love the fit there. And there were rumors going around a while ago that Backus could have probably been the pick at 31 for those guys. Like, they really liked him from the sound of it. Listening to as many mock drafts as I possibly could, but Backus was a player that was another one that could sneak up into the tail end of the first round. I didn't like him that high, but again, it's just a good fit for those guys.
And some of the comments that are coming out of Philadelphia is Eli Stowers plays the game like AJ Brown. So is Eli Stowers their AJ Brown replacement when that trade inevitably happens?
Hell yeah. Oh yeah. I can see it. Sure.
It's quite the interesting, again, we talked about it last night when they selected Lemon just to keep stacking these weapons. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure that I see that of AJ Brown.
Yeah.
But I do think he could be a good wide receiver. I think it is very interesting that most NFL teams view him that way. I think they're right. I think that's how they should view him compared to trying to play tight end.
And we do have a player trade. The Vikings traded Pro Bowl linebacker Jonathan Greenard to the Philadelphia Eagles in exchange for pick number 98 and a third-round pick next year. And Greenard and the Eagles reached a deal for 4 years and $100 million.
Wow. Holy cow. What a deal for him. Holy. That's – and giving up a third next year too, you said? So
Yeah,
98 and a third next year?
next year.
That's a big-time move for the Eagles. Wow. I like
have
that.
to look. I think that's only the second 2027 pick that's been traded so far in this draft.
Yeah, I think the other one was a 7th-round pick that was traded last night.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
So quite the showing of how much teams really do believe in that 2027 draft compared to what you see out there today. I mean, I like this draft. I think there is some decent talent, especially here in the mid rounds, but there's not going to be many players that you're going to look back at, I think, when this is all said and done. And people are going to come back in 10 years and say, ha, you were wrong. But I don't think there's going to be a ton of like Hall of Fame level players coming out of this draft. There's going to be a lot of good role players. I just don't know that you're going to be looking back and saying this is the all pros, the Pro Bowls.
Jaguars are taking one of my guys. It's a tight end, Nate Borkercher coming off the board.
No way, dude.
That one hurt.
Wow.
Oh, man. That's early, man. That's early, too.
Got to get that blocking. Like,
in your scouting report, Eric, you wrote, if he had a little bit more to his game at this point as a receiver, he could maybe be a round 2 guy.
Yeah, he showed flashes of it, but it just wasn't ever consistent enough to really bet on. And it's, this is something that Lance has talked on. Just because they haven't shown they can do it doesn't mean they can't do it. But when it comes to tight ends, you want to see a little bit of more of that receiving ability to bet on it. But I am not surprised with what the Jaguars have been building. I'm not surprised they're going with a tight end like Nate Borkercher to pair with Brenton Strange and the other weapons that they have to help boost that running game. And last year, they wanted RJ Harvey. I'm not saying that Denver wanted Nate Borkercher, but we took their guy and now they hurt me instead of paying Denver back. They hurt me by taking my guy here.
Eric, you touched on it just a little bit, like going back and watching that Texas A&M tape with Le'Veon Moss, who had the knee injury and everything with all of that. But you have Casey Concepcion. There was another receiver that they really liked, and another tight end as well, wore number 17. I just don't know his name. I don't think he's eligible this year, who I really like a lot as well. But with the multiplicity of that offense and just the way that they flowed things so vertical in their passing game, Borkercher was always the underneath option. He was more of a check down, shallow cross, like your typical Y tight end. And they just didn't target him. He has the ability to do it. And just because he hasn't shown it doesn't mean that he can't do it. And whenever he was open over the middle of the field, they did dump the football down to him, and he showed some ability after the catch. Like, I get this. It's rich for me, but I liked him a lot. Like, ooh, man. That sucks, though. I really wanted him in the 4th round for Denver. Big time.
And I'm still trying to think clearly right now. There's just a bunch of explicitives that are running through my head over this, but I think it is noteworthy with this class that one of the best 3 blocking tight ends in this class was drafted not long after Eli Stowers, before Max Clare, before Justin Jolie, and even before Sam Roush, who has serious questions about his length, both impacting him as a blocker and his catch radius, where he has a lot of drops.
Yeah, I guess and that's where tight end is one of those positions. It really does depend what you're looking for. If you're looking for that blocking guy, there's going to be a bunch of them that you have ranked ahead of others. If you're looking for a receiving guy, you're going to move some others up. And, like I said, for me, I'm looking for that all around, doesn't give away what's happening on the field. That's a little my worry with Eli Stowers. I'm just having Evan Ingram flashbacks to last season where he couldn't get on the field because you didn't know that he could really, you knew he couldn't help in the run game. And so he's giving away the play the second he was on the field. Now, Eli Stowers is a little different because you're pretty much moving him to wide receiver. So it doesn't quite give it away as much as Evan Ingram did. But yeah, for tight end now, it's going to be interesting to see what kind of tight end the Broncos possibly go in this kind of draft.
Man, it's a gut punch a little bit, man. He was one of those guys I got really excited about, Eric Borkature, at 108 or 111. Like, that was the dream.
I can't even think of how many times I wrote something up on Borkature over the past few months. Like, just because he, like, as soon as I turned on Texas A&M tape, and I can't even remember who I was watching. I think I was watching Trey Zoon initially, and my eyes were just pulled to Nate Borkature time and time again. Like, and when the guys like that, like, it just sticks out, and it always stinks, especially for a team that beat the Broncos last year. It stinks seeing them get a player that you love so much.
Real quick, we keep talking about it as we go, but let's sum it up here for Ryan, guys, with where we're at. We're at 58, so you know, striking distance. Who are the fits right now for Denver at 62? Carl.
I mean, McNeil Warren there at the safety position would be just such an incredible value pick at this point. Anthony Hill Jr. is another one. Jennings Dunker would be one that I would do a little fist pump. AJ Halsey, one of my favorite safeties in this entire draft. He is he's a meteor ready to just annihilate somebody, you know, or whatever you want to call him. But I mean, he's all over the field making plays. I would love him. And then, I mean, Mike Washington Jr. would make a lot of sense as well. I think those would be my top guys that I'd really hope one of them ends up a Denver Bronco here soon.
Well said. And Bleck says, what if Jacksonville read your scouting report, Eric, and you convinced them to take Nate Borkature? Bork and beans.
Well, then they can pay me a lot of money for it.
Way to go, Eric. It costs us a player.
I love the reaction on social media. I'm trying to refresh to get up this to the Chicago Bears pick here. They're on the clock right now. I believe it's 57. Yes. And there are people absolutely shredding James Gladstone for what he's doing there in Jacksonville. Like, he has no idea what he's doing. The analytics nerds are all wrong. This is a horrible pick for the Jaguars. I actually kind of like it. Pairing him with Brenton Strange, who is very athletic and a solid move tight end, to get him off the line of scrimmage if you want to go some 12 personnel, and hopefully Brian Thomas Jr. sees a resurgence this year. Like, I understand what they're doing here. If you like break it down a little bit more, it makes a lot of sense.
And we have the Bears taking the center, Logan Jones. Where's Nick when you need him? We need somebody to hype up Iowa, because I sure can't.
Where's Nick when you need him? I guess. Yeah, definitely a little bit smaller. I mean, being under 300 pounds, you don't usually see that in today's NFL. But the guy can move. He can get out there. If you're doing a zone system, he definitely can get some things done for you. But I guess good for them. They keep trying to build that offensive line, and they did a great job last year going from one of the worst offensive lines to one of the better ones for Caleb Williams. And I guess they just are going to continue to try to add to that. Probably not the guy I would have taken, obviously, but he makes a lot of sense. Iowa produces a lot of good offensive linemen. He's not the Iowa player I would have taken, though.
And we have a trade with the 49ers trading 58 to the Cleveland Browns. So the Browns are now on the clock. But with Logan Jones, he is small, and that was the big knock on him. Despite his size, there is still enough strength and power in his game to be a little bit versatile. He's not purely limited to a outside zone, wide zone scheme. The question is when he's doing that, can he really generate enough movement on his own? And that will be a little bit of an issue, but he is smart. Like, he is one of the smarter players in this class. sees the game differently. He can handle the responsibilities of being the shot caller there as the pivot on the offensive line. I like the pick. I'm a little bit surprised it wasn't Sam Hector. I think it was a little bit of a better fit for what the Bears do offensively. But I liked Logan Jones. I am shocked that he was the first Iowa player taken, though, with Jennings Dunker still available. And I mean, the Bears, they do have another pick coming up. And Carl, even though, I agree with you, the Bears did put a lot of work in on that offensive line to improve it. But I stand by the fact Garrett Bowles was robbed for Protector of the Year. It should not have been Joe Thuney. It should have been Garrett Bowles.
Yeah, that was a legacy pick more than anything. Joe Thuney and the long-standing legacy is one of the best interior offensive linemen. Then he moved outside to tackle. So like for what he was able to do, sure, you're going to give the inaugural one to a guy that's been around the block for a while. People forget Garrett Bowles has been in the NFL since 2017. He's been one of the top 10 left tackles for the last 5 seasons, if not a top 5 player at the position. And this is coming from me, the biggest Garrett Bowles supporter on the planet, essentially. Like, I understand it sounds like a homer pick here, especially as a Broncos fan and a Garrett Bowles fan. But what he was able to do last year was absolutely incredible. It should have been either him or Andrew Thomas, honestly, the Giants left tackle, because Andrew Thomas was absolutely fantastic last year, too.
When you go back and watch the Broncos games last year, there were 2 bad games from Garrett Bowles on the season. And Andrew Thomas, not to take away from him, he didn't play in all the games. I think that's got to be fair. A prerequisite for you to win Protector of the Year. If you're not out there for, I think he missed like 5-6 games. If you're missing that many games, like it's a no. And then Joe Thuney, yeah, he was a legacy pick, and national media and people like that, they hate the Broncos.
Well, it's always, I always laugh when I think it was Garrett Bowles finished second team All Pro one year and didn't make the Pro Bowl.
No,
that happens.
No.
Oh, go ahead.
The Browns just took Emmanuel McNeil-Warren.
Yeah.
Damn it.
Well, there it goes.
The Broncos obviously feel like there's going to be enough guys there that they like still. And they will. There's plenty of guys still on the board.
I mean, trade down is still a possibility. I will say that this morning the talk kind of turned around to, instead of trading up, about trading down from there. One name I don't think we've mentioned at all tonight that I've heard a lot of interest from Denver, and it makes sense in a different way, but it's Kyle Lewis. If they are looking at getting Jahdae Barron either in the slot or on the boundary by trading one of Riley Moss or Macmillan, obviously there's a lot of moving parts for this. Kyle Lewis can step in and play that dime role that Jahdae Barron played last year. He is a former safety, covers very well, has the issues against the run, but you're kind of putting 2 cover guys out there with Justin Strnad and Kyle Lewis, and that have some issues against the run, especially between the tackles. I think Kyle Lewis is fine sideline to sideline, but he is one that has been linked with Denver over the last couple of days. And he was one that was mentioned up there with Josiah Thomas as being a guy for the Broncos at 62. But I think trading down and targeting him later might make a little bit more sense.
Yeah, again, another guy I like, and if you were playing him in that kind of role, that's good. I just don't know if that's second round value kind of role. I'm looking for a guy that I feel like can start every snap down the road. Doesn't have to be year 1 by any means, but year 2, year 3, year 4 to take advantage of that rookie contract. I just would have a little bit of trouble taking a dime backer at this point and feeling good about it. I like him. I think he would add something to this defense that we don't have right now per se, but I just want a little bit more all around game if we're going that kind of direction.
I get it. And we're still waiting on the Houston Texans pick, and the Tennessee Titans actually traded up because the Bears also had the 60th overall pick. They traded out of the second round now, and the Titans are on at 60, but still waiting on the Texans at 59.
Marlon Klein,
Marlon Klein, the tight end out of Michigan at 59, another tight end.
Wow.
Who I think there's a lot more work to do with him as a blocker, but he has that size and the build and the length to be an inline tight end. And he was a guy that was often talked about 5th round. And in the mini mock drafts that we've done in Broncos for Breakfast and Dove Valley Deep Divers and even the roundtable mock draft, we always talked about, a bunch of tight ends there in that 4th, 5th round. Well, a lot of those guys, a couple of those guys have already been taken, and I wouldn't be surprised if we keep seeing that run happen.
Marlon Klein in the 2nd round. Wow.
I have PFF pulled up here. I'm running their mock draft simulator just to fill out all the picks as we're going along here. PFF had him at number 138 on the consensus board as I dropped my phone on the floor. I didn't like him inside the top 100. Eric's right. He's got the prototypical size, good athlete, but not as well refined as a blocker that you would like coming, especially out of a program like Michigan, where they do crank out some pretty decent tight ends and have over the last handful of seasons. So with him still being a little bit raw, like it's a little bit early for me on that.
And the Titans traded up and selected Anthony Hill.
Damn.
Trade back.
This is not falling well for the Broncos now. It was falling really well. And unless they're going to stick and take AJ Halsey here, like it's not looking good. This board just fell apart completely over the last 5
Mike
picks.
Washington Jr. I still like Oscar Delp here, but that's the controversial pick in the room amongst the 4 of us. But yeah, I want the Broncos to pick, but maybe it does make more sense. I don't know. It depends on who they like. Is one of their guys on the board? Is one of their 6 guys still there? Oh, that hurts, man. Anthony Hill Jr. Who's left?
Yeah.
Who's left after him, Eric? Kyle Lewis.
Let me click over to my linebackers, which is a little funky. My next highest linebacker is Kyle Lewis. And then we have a bunch of guys that I have in the 4th round, like Caleb Alarms or Jimmy Rolder, and even Red Murdoch, the humble machine out of Buffalo.
We got Zach and Nick joining us right now.
What's up, y'all?
What's up, Zach Kelberman in the house, dude? The Broncos are almost up, brothers. It's pick
Finally.
62.
Finally. How's everyone doing today?
I was better until the Jaguars pick a little bit ago.
Yeah. Nick Kendall joins us as well.
How are we doing?
Hey, you and Jacob Rodriguez, man, in the mustache game.
When the wife goes, I definitely bring back the mustache. So she's gone. Kid is crying in the crib next door, but he does that every night when you put him down. So we got to let him go for 5 minutes, and then we'll see. But just in time for the pick.
Yeah, just remember that mute button when you're not talking, homie.
Can you hear it? I doubt it. I doubt it. There's a sound
I don't
machine.
think so.
Yeah, I can hear him.
And
But,
it is Ben Albright coming in saying that the Titans leapfrog Denver for Hill, and now suggesting that Jimmy Rolder as a possibility later on for the Broncos, which I'm a big Jimmy Rolder fan.
And Texans take Marlon Klein.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Going back to Rolder, wasn't he a 30 visit for the Broncos too? I think I saw that. I can't remember off the top.
Guys,
of my
Jennings
head, but I think I
Dunker.
saw that.
He could still be on the board, a possibility as well.
Yeah, Jennings Dunker. I don't know if Nick is aware, but Logan Jones went to the Bears.
I just saw that. Yeah. So I'm surprised the first lineman off the board for Iowa, but I mean, he's an unbelievable wide zone center. So good competitor, great athlete. He's not Tyler Linderbaum, but that's that archetype.
And the Bears were very interested in Linderbaum in free agency before he signed with the Raiders.
Speaking of the Raiders, Nick, how pissed off were you that the Raiders took a trade in Stukes?
I'm too busy and tired to feel anything right now. So I'm saving it all for this. A single dad, did manual labor today, volunteering for the Rocky Mountain Food Bank. So we're woke up at 4 a.m. to get the workout in. I'm tired, but I'm here. So excited for that and hoping the kid stops screaming here. We got 10 minutes. So we'll see what happens. Any surprises so far, guys? Are we just waiting, or is Denver on the clock?
No, the Rams are on the clock at 61, and the Broncos are. And I think one of the biggest surprises would be DeJon Stribling going 33 overall to the 49ers.
That was Very surprising. Our guy Zan, if you know him from Twitter famous Zan, he messaged me saying he had a dream last night that Denver took Stribling, and I opened that up, and then 3 seconds later, they had took him there. So,
yeah, and Broncos are on the clock.
Okay.
So Rams just took Max Clare.
Yeah, that's crazy. Thank God
Man.
for that.
Holy cow.
Thank God for that.
Who's it going to be, boys?
Your
Give me
boy
AJ
Oscar
Halsey
Dell.
right now. Give me AJ Halsey right now. Please.
Oscar Dell,
I mean, I
Jennings
gotta go
Dunker, Mike
Jennings
Washington
Dunker.
Jr., AJ Halsey. There's still some names out there that I'd be stoked on, guys.
Kyle Lewis was a name that was brought up a good bit. So I think right now the bet would be Kyle Lewis, I think.
Bud Clark.
Is AJ Halsey
Hey,
been
Nick,
taken?
I think we are hearing it a little bit through the speakers. So just FYI, Control D if you're not speaking. But if you are speaking, Nick, that's what comes through. Meaning your voice comes through. You don't hear it when you're actually on the mic. So
All right,
tell
guys,
us,
who you
Nick,
want?
who would be your
Who you
guy,
want?
dude? Nick Kendall, who's been deprived of the live stream and is probably chomping at the bit. What would be your ideal solution right here? Everyone wants to know.
I mean, I would love Jennings Dunker just for the vibes. I mean, I'm a biased Iowa fan, but I think he could do a lot of stuff for the line, and he'd be really fun at left guard. Maybe some right tackle ability too, right guard, maybe center. I mean, gosh, he's a really good player, pounding coffee between snaps. So shout out to him. He'd be a lot of fun. I mean, gosh, he's probably my guy right here.
I feel like there's some solid options here, guys. I'm stoked. I'm excited. The wait is almost over.
Of course, they're going to do the wait to the last minute and then do a trade.
I'm refreshing my Twitter feed as fast as possible right now, and I almost got.
The silence.
Everybody's hitting refresh. See who gets it first.
Yeah, all this anticipation.
My heart is pounding right now, guys. Like, I'm so excited and nervous. Honestly, nervous.
Oh man.
Oh, the Bills traded up to 62.
What?
There's that trade down.
Bronco trade down.
All right, well, I'm going to go try to take care of this screaming child. Wish me luck.
All right, brother. See you soon, bro.
This is all Carl's fault, I feel like.
No,
It really is. It really
I'm
is.
playing, man.
This was something that we started wondering about pretty early, actually, in the second round. Of course, Zach, in the driest offseason of off seasons,
Right.
how far
They
back
can't
did
even
they?
make a pick.
How far back did they trade?
They got 66 and 182 to get to move back.
All right.
That's
They
not
didn't love
terrible.
anybody right there.
I mean, it's been seeming like for a while, unless a couple people were there, that a trade back was the option. It didn't seem like they were going to be moving up. It's something that I've talked about a lot over the last, couple days, this morning, last night, and then, Trickel's on both Wednesday and Thursday. It didn't seem like trading up was, really viable for them with what they had. And, the 6 guys, I think they were gone. The 6 guys that they were targeting access to, they were gone. And so they moved back, and it seemed to be more of a possibility. And I still wouldn't be surprised if they make 2 picks tonight after trading back and then packaging like 111 and 182 to move up into the late 90s or something.
Well, I wrote an article today about lunchtime. Don't be surprised if the Broncos trade back. But I base that not on any specific intel from this draft, but just the penchant propensity of George Payton, and just like, yeah, everyone's wondering, will they trade up? Could they go as high as 45? Because he mentioned that zone 45 to 75 where like we love this zone. We're experts on this zone. But he likes to trade back on day 2 as much as he does trading up.
Yeah, it's interesting. And with the guys that they've been linked to still that are still available, it could be a situation where those 6 are gone and they now have a group of guys there that they don't really want to take here, get that extra value of that trade back, but they're fine if they get selected between now and then. I mean, you still have Emmanuel Pregnon, who's fallen a little bit. Jennings Dunker, AJ Halsey, Mike Washington is still there. Dominic Orange has been linked a lot with the Broncos. Big Citrus out of Iowa State. So, moving back at that point, if they didn't have a guy that they loved, because I believe the comment was they have 6 guys that they have like 45 to 70 there or something like that they had it narrowed down to. So if they were, they're gone. So it's looking at that next group of guys, and honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if we get to 66 and they trade back again.
So this from Nick Kosmider at The Athletic really quick. He posted earlier today, if the Broncos trade back from their spot at 62 into the 3rd round, it'd be the first time since 1995 and the second time in franchise history the Broncos didn't make a 1st or 2nd round pick. He did add in a little nugget there. In that draft in 1995, they landed a running back out of Georgia in the 5th round by the name of Terrell Davis. It sounded like that worked out pretty well for him.
Well, and I was going to ask about another running back here. Jonah Coleman, with this trade back, are you okay taking him here in the 3rd round?
Over Washington? No.
Just in
It's
general,
true. Washington's still out there.
Yeah.
And if Washington was gone, I would do it.
The Bills traded up to get Davison Igbinosun. So at 62, a cornerback, something that Nick and I talked about a lot, just not to Denver.
Interesting. That's another one of those long, lanky cornerbacks I was talking about last night, which is why I thought that we didn't see the run on corners in the tail end of the 1st round that I thought we were going to get with Brandon Cisse. We obviously got Chris Johnson in there. Colton Hood is another one. This cornerback class has a lot of those players that somewhere between 5'11" and 6'1", about 185 to 195 pounds. And Igbinosun is another one of those guys. The big flaw with his tape is that he's super grabby. If he gets beat, he's got so much stiffness in his lower half. If he gets beat, he grabs and latches on. I think he has like 7 or 8 different holding penalties and like 4 or 5 different pass interference penalties just last year alone. Like, he's heavily flagged player. To see him go this high is a little rich for my taste.
Yeah, I mean, who would have been better to potentially replace Riley Moss with somebody else who can generate a lot of penalties? It's all joking. I like Riley Moss, even though it comes off like I don't.
You hate him and you know it.
It's the Iowa factor. Like, just can't. I don't like anything out of Iowa except for Jennings Dunker, and I can say that because Nick's not here.
That math checks.
Hey, Lance, what'd you say that was the first? So no 1st or 2nd is the first time since when? 95?
95 is the 2nd time in franchise history. I am very curious to see where they go after this. I mean, Eric, what does your big board look like? Just out of curiosity here, give us an update on your big board while you got a second here. Let everybody calm down and take a breath really fast, because that was pretty intense for a couple of minutes.
Well, I just want to say we have 30 picks made right now, and 9 of them have been on the offensive side of the ball, 3 of them at tight end, 4 of them at tight end. So that tight end run happened, a linebacker run happened, the cornerback run still seems to be going on. But as for what's still left, I mean, Jermod McCoy still falling after missing all of last year without playing due to the injury. Emmanuel Pregnon, Jennings Dunker still there, AJ Halsey, Chris Bell, who suffered that late injury, Mike Washington, a couple nickel guys in Keith Abney and Keontae Scott, and of course Big Citrus. There is rounding out my top 10-ish of what's left available.
All right, so to piggyback off of that, I have obviously McCoy, Chris Bell, who I had as a top 20 player, Elijah Surratt, Emmanuel Pregnon, Keith Abney, the cornerback from Arizona State, AJ Halsey, Mike Washington Jr., Dominic Orange. Those are all players that I had inside of my top 50. One player that, you know what, the more I think about it, the more I like it. And I liked him for the Broncos at 30 before they traded for Jalen Waddle, is Chris Bell. I understand you've got a bunch of wide receivers here, and like this would signal a move on from Troy Franklin specifically. But you get another big body player like that, a height, weight, speed athlete that supposedly runs in the 4.3s, run after the catch merchant. He works so well over the middle of the field. He's got a big body. I compared him lightly to one of my favorite Broncos players ever. In fact, I got a plaque of him, of football cards of him somewhere over here in the corner of my room. Demaryius Thomas, dude. Chris Bell's 6'3", 225 pounds, built like a running back, runs like one after the catch. The tape that he had, I believe, was against was it Miami or Clemson? I think it was a Clemson game where he had 3 long catch and run touchdowns. You want to add another explosive player to this offense? Everyone's talking about Eli Stowers. Chris Bell can do a lot of the same things as a receiver, if not more than what Eli Stowers could do. And I would not hate that at all, especially with the trade down into the 3rd round here. I understand you just traded for Jalen Waddle, but explosive plays is the key to winning in the NFL. And the Broncos need to generate more of those. I'd take it. At 66, absolutely I would take it.
Man, there might be a riot at Dove Valley if they took Chris Bell, taking a guy who's going to give you almost no impact as a rookie as he recovers from that injury.
I understand it, but I don't care. I mean, Cortland Sutton's also an aging player that's going to be on the last year of his deal here in a year and a half anyways, right? He's only if he's not on the last year of this year, it's the last year next year. There's an X receiver right there for you. I can make the argument all I want to. No one's going to listen to me, but I like it.
And we have another center
like
going
Chris Bell.
to. We have another center going off the board, Jake Slaughter to the Chargers at 63.
Makes sense.
So how long, over under 6 games before Jake Slaughter gets hurt with the Chargers curse?
Under.
Every time.
Pound that under.
No, I like Chris Bell. Some of his route running left a lot to be desired for sure. You know, you're taking kind of a blank piece of clay and trying to mold him into a wide receiver. So, I mean, it's good that he'd get a year where he isn't expected to start right away. I mean, yeah, before the injury, he was looking like a 1st-round wide receiver. And so it'd be really hard for me to see the Broncos take him unless you've traded somebody from that room to get extra draft picks of Troy Franklin or Marvin Mims along that line. It's just too full of a room at that point.
Well, and that's a big part of my argument here is that you would be moving on from a guy like Troy Franklin. And then again, with Cortland Sutton, an aging player, a veteran that's well-respected in the locker room, Bell and Sutton are not similar players in any way, shape, or form. So don't get this twisted here. But you could line him up as an X receiver. He's got the height, weight, and speed, the downfield ability as well. You're right, Carl. He's not the best route runner, but go back to the guy I just compared him to. What was Demaryius Thomas coming out of Georgia Tech? Height, weight, speed, contested catch player that wasn't a quality route runner and could kick your ass as a blocker. And he developed into the 2nd best wide receiver in franchise history. If I'm going to bet on traits, the Chris Bell is a player. You bet on those traits. And I understand the ACL late in the season. It hurts. It hurts a lot. And he's probably not going to have a very big impact. Demaryius Thomas, when he was drafted, came off of a broken foot. He didn't even get to participate at the combine. Very similar career stories here is where I'm trying to get at. And with what they do similarly as football players, you bet on that upside if you have the opportunity to.
I mean, it's going to be hard for me to ever compare somebody to DT just because, I mean, DT was that special. I get what you're saying. You're right. You bank on that and you just hope because of that ACL that this is why he fell this far and you're really getting a top 15 pick kind of player clear at the end, I guess now we're in round 3.
And we have a guy that I know a lot of people in chat liked. Lance and I liked him. The Seahawks take Bud Clark at 63.
That's fun. That's a lot of fun, especially for that defense. That's really fun. Wow.
Man, that for a defense that lost 3 defensive backs in free agency, Bud Clark is a really good fit for what they do, and he can be a natural replacement for Kobe Bryant, who left to somewhere as a free agent, got that big deal.
He's in Chicago, I think.
Was it Chicago?
I think so, because him and Thieneman paired together. Yeah, I think I heard Robert Mays talking about that on the Athletic show this morning, about him and Drew Thieneman being paired in the back end of that secondary. You want to talk about range? Holy cow!
And we have a couple people coming in here asking for what Zach and Chad think and what they want and everything now that Denver's traded down.
I can't help but think that this is like a repeat of last year where they wanted a Mika Egbuka. They got sniped, or he was sniped in front of them. They had to pivot to Jade Barron. Maybe they wanted Max Clare. Maybe they wanted Anthony Hill, and they went both in front of them. I don't know. I can't help but also feel like what Eric said earlier. Now they get someone that they weren't confident in at 62. They let the board fall to them. They're still going to get a player that's going to help them out. I just don't know the specific player. I wouldn't be surprised they go offensive line here. Sean Payton's been talking about that extensively this offseason. It would be a very Sean Payton Broncos move, but this also signals to me that they are very, very confident in running it back with the incumbent roster. They made no outside moves, one free agent signing, the addition of Jalen Waddle, and then they'll make a first or second round draft pick. Sean Payton and George Payton genuinely feel like they're legitimately 1 or 2 players away from winning a Super Bowl. That's my take on it.
It's starting to get kind of ridiculous just how little they're interested in improving the roster. You know what I mean? It's like, come on, guys. Like, let's get involved in the NFL thing. My guy right now, my guy's a handful of dudes: Oscar Delp, Jennings Dunker. Is Pregnon still available? He is, isn't he?
Yep.
Yes, and then Mike Washington. Those would be my guys right here.
And we are officially in the 3rd round with the Arizona Cardinals on the clock, and then the Broncos at 66.
And just a quick correction. This is the 3rd time now that the Broncos have not had a pick in the 1st and 2nd round. And the other one was 1986, but they did get Mark Jackson in the 6th round. And so both those drafts that they didn't have a 1st or 2nd round pick, the 6th round is where they found their most talented player from those drafts. So, and we just added a 6th round pick with that trade. Coincidence? I'm just saying that might be the
Carl,
best pick of the draft.
Who's that info coming from?
That was from Chris Thomason.
Thank you.
Gazette.
Nick's back.
Kid's happy now, so I'm happy. He had inside info that Denver's going to trade back and been waiting so long. So he was a little upset, but that's okay. We're sitting here now and should be coming up soon. Trade back with the Bills. I didn't mind it. Did you guys kind of go through the list? I think Chris Thomason also put out that he assumed that probably the 6 guys that Denver had on their board that they wanted there were gone. I'm imagining 3 of them went 4 picks before. Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, Anthony Hill, and who did win? Oh, Max Clare. I would imagine those are 3 of the 6.
The Broncos are on the clock. The Arizona Cardinals took Carson Beck.
Ooh,
wow.
That's fine for this late. I mean,
yep.
Yeah.
All right.
You think of Eli Stowers, maybe? The 6
Stowers
guys.
is gone.
I know,
Oh,
but no.
no,
I was saying like the reason they traded back.
From what I've gathered, that Emmanuel McNeil-Warren and Anthony Hill were the last 2 of their 6 that they were targeting there.
Boom, boom.
Boise Man says real quick, with the Super, Denver the last 4 years has ruined the draft for me. Sit in free agency, then sit in the draft. All our chips are on Waddle. Trade up once. FFS.
I mean, I hear you, Boise Man.
This too shall pass, brother. Hang in there.
I hear you. And the thing I will say is that winning in April doesn't always mean winning in October, November, December. And this regime has been winning a lot when it matters. So, and it's not very exciting, obviously, right now. But this is much better than giving up top 10 picks for Russell Wilson, who was a wet fart, for this team. So that's A little boring, obviously, for that, but they're going to add a good player here, and will be fun to see with Denver on the clock. Man, they could go so many ways. I guess Pregnon or Dunker or Eric Halsey. I'm waiting for him to explode on here with a surprising pick. Another cornerback, maybe.
Now, Lewis has been a popular one, but the talk seems to be, we'll see, obviously. It's nothing official, but the signs are pointing to Washington.
Mike Washington.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean,
Yeah,
Detroit down.
Albright just retweeted somebody saying Mike Washington, and he says could be ... Interesting.
Explosive back. Got an
Big
extra
back.
6th-round pick. Big, yeah. And it's a win now pick for this team. There's not many avenues that would be win now. Mike Washington will see the field. This is Jacob. Go ahead.
I was going to say, it does look like they're making the pick because the Broncos Twitter account actually tweeted out that they are on the
I
clock.
got it. Mike Kliss just dropped it here. The Broncos with number 66 overall, second selection in the third round, take D lineman Tyler Onyedem from Texas A&M. Erick Trickel, jump up and down and pound your chest. Good sir.
Wow.
Break him down.
Man, he is technically efficient, really good run defender. He's got to work to develop the pass rush a little bit, but if you're looking for somebody young to be part of your rotation with Savion Jones specifically, Tyler Onyedem is a great fit for that. He is a guy. I was going to say a lot of people in chat are going to come and saying who. Tyler Onyedem is not a guy that we talked about a lot. He was
Told you guys.
a very late
Nailed it.
riser throughout this process. And he was a guy that Nick and I in mid-March we're like, let's take him in like the 5th or 6th round.
Oh, dude, he was in the 7th round. He was in the mock draft simulator.
And then slowly as we got on, it's like, well, let's talk about him in the 4th round. Let's talk about him in the 3rd round. Tyler Onyedem, he's a very smart, cerebral player, very technically efficient. You don't need to spend a lot of time developing him. And that is something that he can help them win now because of how quality of a run defender he is to be part of that defensive line rotation right away. I like this pick. I know it's going to have a lot of people upset because it's not that weapon on offense, but now you don't have to go out and get a Cam Jordan or somebody like that, a veteran, and spend big on that. You get a young guy who's going to come in and again, make that impact as a run defender right away that you can try to develop into more as a pass rusher as you are still looking to fully replace John Franklin Myers on this defensive front.
Real quick, guys. Zach, give your reaction because you got to bounce to get this written up.
Yeah, you nailed it, number one, Chad. You've been talking about that on the podcast for weeks, that they're going to stick to their board, not really care what the media thinks, what we think. They're going to take a guy who probably no one's ever heard of, who is a good player. I defer to Eric on the analysis. I don't know if they're drafting for need here. I feel like, though, they're just kind of playing with their food this draft. It's kind of like getting dessert at a restaurant. No one ever needs dessert after a big meal. They ask you, and you're like, do you want it? Like, I guess, you twist my arm. That's how the Broncos are treating this. They feel like, again, they can make a Super Bowl run right now, even without the draft. Whoever they take is a cherry on top. If Eric thinks it's a good pick, again, I'll defer to Eric here because they needed a defensive lineman, so it kind of intersects with BPA, I guess, for their board, and also a big need.
All right.
Yeah, and he's a really smart player. I think he's got good judgment because he left Iowa State.
Yes,
for
I was
being
just
a
about
pass
to say
rusher,
that
so
too. I was
have to give him a
just about to
plus
say that.
for that one too.
Yeah, he left Iowa State that weird 3 down. It's like a 3-4-5 or whatever the hell the math works out there. 3-3-5 defense that they run, where they literally just it's 2 4 eyes and a nose tackle, and that's how they allow their defensive linemen to eat up blockers and free up their linebackers, so the linebackers get all the production. They don't push the pocket; they just like 2 gap is essentially what they do, which turned him into a really good run defender. And then he got the opportunity to transfer to Texas A&M. I didn't like him at first because I wanted more juice as a pass rusher. Like I was like, he's got the length, he's got the burst, he has the athleticism. You can see it on there. He just never really had the opportunity to do it. But technically, his base, he plays with a nice, wide, firm base. He can 2 gap, he can 1 gap, he can shoot gaps if you need him to. Like this pick is fun for me. I had him at 96 on my board, a little bit lower on him than the Broncos were, obviously. But when you're talking, Eric, you mentioned it absolutely right. Raise the floor of the defensive line. Savion Jones still needs to show a lot of work as a run defender. He still needs to show a lot of work in terms of being a high-quality pass rusher as well. Onyeta raises that floor, offers up some quality competition, helps round out the room a little bit. I like this for the Broncos a lot.
Yeah, one gap penetrator, can play across the line, and good hands. I mean, like Lance said, you want a little bit more explosiveness, but with the frame that he has, might be able to put on a little bit more weight. And you talk about the 4-eye technique. He's going to come in and very high floor, hard worker. So really excited to see what he can do on this team. And I'm always here for adding more defensive line talent that you can invest and develop.
And with Onyeta, talking about his run defense real quick, he in all different types of run defense metrics, every single one that a lot of people run, he was top 3 in every single one. And that is with, Caden McDonald, where actually in all of them, Onyeta was higher. And many people felt that McDonald was the best run defender in this class. Higher than Lee Hunter, higher than Caleb Banks, higher than basically everybody else in this class. Don't sleep on Tyler Onyeta just because you haven't heard his name mentioned a whole lot by us. This is a really good pick for Denver. I saw somebody come in and say, should have talk about guys in the 4th round for me. I had a 3rd round grade on Tyler Onyeta. It is a little bit of a reach because he was in my mid 80s and this is 66, but he was the 2nd best guy who can be that 4-eye 5 technique for the Broncos. And the one that was ahead of him is another Savion Jones type. So this is a really good pick. And guess what? Keep building the trenches. That's where you win first.
Well, you got to think DJ Jones is going to have his contract possibly coming up here soon. Roach, I mean, he's locked in for a couple more years, but you're still trying to figure out, okay, how do we keep this unit strong? And so, yeah, getting a guy that you can work into the rotation and see what he can bring to the table. And I think, I think his best football's ahead of him. I really do. He didn't put up the biggest stats by any means, but you could see the playmaking ability. And so, yeah, I'm okay with this one. It's maybe not the direction I would have gone at this point, just because I had other players that I liked more. But at the same time, I can't argue with how the Broncos have been able to build their trenches, both sides of the ball. They're top 5 in both sides. So I'm gonna trust that these guys can really work to develop him and turn him into something moving forward.
It's going to be interesting to see how he continues to just develop. Like I said, moving away from the true 2-gapping scheme at Iowa State to get into a more penetrating front with Texas A&M, and his teammate Albert Regis alongside of him is another hell of a player. He's probably a top 170 player for that defensive line. But like the way that they can just be so creative with the usage here. He can play the 4-eye, he can slide down and play a little bit of nose if you want him to as a pass rusher. Like I want more juice for sure as a pass rusher out of him, but his hand placement, the way that he utilizes hands to get forklift techniques, he has a rip swim as well. Relentless motor, he's all over the field, and again, a high quality run defender. Just round out the floor of this room and raise it significantly higher. Like losing John Franklin Myers hurts because you lose all that pass rush productivity, but I think that if Onyeta can just continue to develop in this career arc that he's on right now, he can be a 4 or 5, maybe 6 sack a year type of a player for this Broncos defense, especially with how much they attack and the strength that they have with Zach Allen, Nick Benito, and Jonathan Cooper coming off the edge. Like you've added another high quality, high upside player here.
So to get into some other stuff as to why Denver may have passed on some other names, Emmanuel Pregnon apparently has some character and attitude stuff going on around about him. AJ Halsey, apparently I see versatility there, but apparently a lot of teams don't. Chris Bell, obviously with the medicals. Mike Washington, teams are scared off over the 1 year of big production and not seeing the explosiveness or long speed on tape that he showed at the combine. The only one I haven't heard anything on is about Jennings Dunker. And then Keith Abney and Keontae Scott, obviously two of the last players left available, or two of the highest players left available. They both just were corners, and Denver wasn't really looking at corners at this point.
Back to the draft here. The Raiders just took Kieron Crawford, the edge out of Auburn, the player opposite of Keldrick Falk on that Auburn defensive line. I like this pick. When you watch Keldrick Falk, 24 stands out. That's Kieron Crawford. Twitchy, explosive, high-quality motor. little raw, but a very fun player to watch on the opposite side. It's a good piece for the Raiders to add to this defense.
Yeah, and we have Cloud coming in saying he was projected to 5th round. I don't know from who. He wasn't projected a 5th round by me. He wasn't projected a 5th round by Dane Brugler. And I think even Daniel Jeremiah started talking about him as a top 100 player. It was a late surgence for Tyler Onyedem, but he wasn't being talked about as a 5th rounder. Like, unless you're following Pro Football Focus, which hasn't updated their board in like 2 months.
Like I said, I had him at 96 overall on my board. 96, I believe, would be the last pick of the 3rd round this year. Like it's a top 100 player, guys. Like he's a quality player. I believe Dane had him at 77 or something like that on his big board in the Beast. Like this is have some patience on this one. We'll get some tape to you guys, and you guys can take a look at what he can actually bring, because I'm excited about it. I really am.
Yeah,
I mentioned him to you the other day as well, Eric, when we did our last mock draft. Like Tyler Onyedem in the 2nd round.
Yeah, we have Tusoka coming in. Broncos going to be bothered in improving the roster. They did. I mean, I saw somebody mention, oh, we have Jordan Jackson. Jordan Jackson stinks. Like he's bad. Like he shouldn't have been made the roster last year. You lost John Franklin Myers. Uwazurike is a fine player, but he has a very specific role that he can be utilized in. And guess what? Denver had some issues against the run late last year. They had some issues against the run in the playoffs. Onyedem gives them a run defender. So and another thing I talk about a lot is when people talk about reach, sure, he's a reach to some people. Like he was in the 80s for me and went at mid 80s and he went at 66, about 20 picks early, give or take. That is a slight reach. But the Broncos, they had him here in this range. They had him. He wasn't one of those 6 guys there at 62 that they were looking at, but he was one of those next 6 or 7 that they were looking at there. A couple of those guys went. Tyler Onyedem was the best one that they had graded there. Let me tell you, from the people that I talk with in and around this organization, there's a lot of love coming in for Onyedem at this point. Like, there's a lot of excitement for this pick within the Broncos organization.
Well, and from everything that I've read on the guy, he is a great locker room personality. And we've seen Sean Payton, he's talked about it before, of building the locker room is almost as much as important as having talent on the field. If your locker room is guys fighting and not getting along and offense is divided from defense, that's not a good thing. And so getting those guys that can continue just to build this locker room and be good personalities. And I'm not saying that's the end all be all. I'm just saying that that's a part of the picture of what you're getting with this guy. He's a hard worker from everything that I've heard. And then on top of that, you're seeing the ability to go from, like you said, the Iowa State system and what they asked him to do there to Texas A&M, where they're like, okay, now you're going to become that one gap kind of guy. We're going to ask you to go make some plays. And he was able to do it. You know, I think when you talk about what you lost with JFM, that's one of the big things, a guy that can go make a play in the backfield. Yep. And I like Savion Jones, but he doesn't have that explosive ability to quite do that. He has some. I'm not trying to take away from him in that way. Wazurike has some of it. He was kind of hit and miss a little bit, but you're just continuing to add to that group where you can keep guys fresh and keep an offensive line going, oh my gosh, another guy that can just get past me the second that I, the ball, when the ball is snapped. So like I said, I like this pick. It's not one that's going to make me jump up for joy by any means, but in the 3rd round, there probably weren't going to be many players that could.
Well, I would jump up for joy, but I would probably cause an earthquake. But we have a couple picks coming in. We have the Philadelphia Eagles taking Markel Bell and the Chicago Bears taking Sam Roush. So a lot of people are wanting a tight end. And so maybe now there's a lot of tight ends available via trade. And who's the other tight end right now in Chicago behind Colson Loveland? Komet. Maybe he's available like via trade. And real quick, we have Cody W coming in. Run stop with a $5 super chat. Run stopper is completely fine with me, especially with Chiefs getting Walker and Raiders with Genty and Chargers with Hampton. Yeah, like you need the run defenders, especially again. The Broncos showed some weakness in the run game last year, and John Franklin Myers wasn't that good of a run defender. And then there was another comment here. that I wanted to grab real quick from Moo Breezy. Would anyone have preferred Dominic Orange? Dominic Orange is a nose tackle only player. Tyler Onyedem has the versatility to play up and down the line.
Mhm.
But we have Joe from somewhere coming in with a $50 super chat saying, great job tonight, guys. I think the Broncos front office is doing well too. We got an extra pick, invested in the D-line, and can't ask much more than that.
Thanks, Joe. Yeah, I pulled up sportsreference.com, guys, just to kind of give you an idea of the player you're getting in terms of a statistical output from Tyler Onyedem. Career totals, 53 games played. He played 12 games, 13 games, 13 games, and 13 games over the last 4 seasons. His first 4 seasons played at Iowa State, 13 games at Texas A&M. This last season, he was a teammate with Yoma Owazurike as well. So you've got a personal tie-in there. In his 4 years at Iowa State, he had 37 total tackles, 90 combined tackles, 37 solos, 12 tackles for loss, and 3 sacks in all 4 years combined. His last year, the 1 year at Texas A&M, he had 48 total tackles, 18 solo, 8.5 tackles for loss, and 2.5 sacks in 1 season. Just the change in scheme and allowing him to actually take that next step forward automatically created a much more productive player. Like this is a guy that can actually do something for your defensive line. Like just to give you an idea of the growth that you see from putting a player in the right scheme, and he fits this scheme incredibly well.
Yeah, and thank you again, Joe, from all of us. That's a huge donation. We appreciate that. Always love to see that. I don't know what color you'd call that. I call it pink because I don't have a big color palette by any means, but appreciate that.
Like
and you're right. You really can't go wrong when you're investing in the trenches. It's just there's so much that you need, especially on the defense where you've got guys rotating in. It's great to have starters, but you need those guys coming in that can relieve them and a team not go, oh, yep, we can run right at that guy. Kind of like what the Chiefs just did with R. Mason. So having another guy you can have come in and teams go, crap, this is just wave after wave of guys that can get into the backfield and go make a play. And there's just no relenting. Zach Allen goes off the field. Boom, here comes this kid. So I think the Broncos feel pretty good about this.
And one thing too, because I've seen a couple more comments about probably getting them later. No, apparently when the Broncos called him, told him they're on the draft, he was on the phone with another team telling them that they're getting ready to select him here with the next couple picks. And I've seen somebody else say that the Raiders were set to take him with the pick right after at 67. So it sounded like Onyedem was going here within the next couple picks.
And Denver plays one of those slashing front styles where he can play 3 technique if you're playing, your lighter package, and he can play that 4-eye like John Franklin Myers. And this is somewhat of a gauntlet being thrown down to Savion Jones, but you got a little bit of more early down ability with this guy. So Eric and I had talked a lot about what's the plan with Owazurike. Is he going to be able to, kick out 4-eye on some of that stuff on early down? Not ideal, probably more 2-eye to 0. And then are you going to move out, as good as, DJ Jones and Roach are not necessarily the type of players you want there with that length. So Onyedem, rotational player. I do wish he had a little bit better athletic profile overall, just the testing that tends to be pretty predictive for good players. But if he did with the frame that he has, probably talking about a top 50 pick rather than where Denver got him. So again, a rotational guy, and I'll be curious what this means for some of the depth down the line for the Broncos this year. Again, somebody will be rotational this season. I imagine he will be active, but it will be interesting to watch the depth battles of the Broncos interior defensive line this offseason.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously there's stuff. There's a reason why he fell, but when we look at what the Broncos did last year, with the slightly older prospects, but Onyedem's not super old. He'll be 23 he turns 23 on May 14th, but he's praised for his leadership on and off the field. He's got the maturity, the character, and the one thing, and this is Dane's takeaway here. I pulled it up because it has all the combine testing and stuff like that right there. Onyedem might not have a true distinguishing trait, but he doesn't have a fatal flaw. that is something that the Broncos can use. Like, there's not that one flaw. He is that type of defensive lineman that can come in, may not be a star for you, but he can be a 10+ year player for you, either as part of rotation or even as a starter. And the athleticism isn't great. He's got long arms and he really knows how to use it. He's got a good range of moves in his repertoire. Again, just a guy that comes in with that maturity, the leadership, the intelligence that you don't have to spend a lot of time to develop and get out there, who can come in and make an impact for you right away as part of the rotation that the Broncos need.
Yep. Yeah, and again, guys, this is one of those moments where you kind of need to be patient. Everybody wanted to like pound the table for the linebacker, get a tight end, get a running back in here. You pick up another pick in the tail end of I believe it's a 6th round pick. That is what they got in the trade down with the Bills. You still have 108 and 111 where you can still tap into this running back class and to see these guys continuously falling. I mean, Mike Washington Jr. is still available. Emmett Johnson Jr. is still available. Jonah Coleman's still available. Going into the tight end room, Sam Roush was unfortunately taken, but Jack Andrews, Eli Raritan are still available there as well. If you're looking for a blocking tight end in around the 6th round area where the Broncos just picked up another pick, you've got Miles Kitzelman out of Tennessee, who's one of the better blocking tight ends as a true Y tight end in this class. Riley Nowakowski from Indiana, a do-it-all type of a player. You can line him up in the backfield as a fullback. He can replace a guy like Nate Atkins very, very quickly, offer you some juice as a receiver as well, and just be is it Juszczyk? Yes, Kyle Juszczyk, the fullback from San Francisco. Riley Nowakowski can be a player like that. Like there's definitely opportunities here. Kyle Lewis is still on the board at linebacker. Keyshawn Elliott from Arizona State, another downhill run thumper that you can get in the 4th round as well. Like it's not the end of the world to not get a player at the top of the board like that when you can fill I wouldn't necessarily call it a need, but again, raise the floor. Have some patience here and let this play out just a little bit, because we're only where are we at now? The Washington Commanders just took
Antonio Williams.
Yep, out of Clemson, that wide receiver. We're at pick number 72. The Bengals are now on the clock. There's still a long ways to go in this draft. We've got almost 200 picks still to go. It's like 180 exactly to go in this class. You can still find players to help bolster up the tight end, running back, and linebacker room in this class that also happen to be deep at all 3 of those positions.
Yeah,
and
I mean, I don't mind it at all. I know the chat's kind of upset about it, but defensive line, I say it many times on here, at edge and at interior defensive line, unless you're 5 deep, you have snaps available to you. So I saw on Twitter, does this mean Savion Jones is a wasted pick? You got 3 years of cost control of a pass rusher that you can have on the 53 and best guy wins. Onyedim, also fighting in there. Lord knows long-term for a bunch of those defensive linemen. Rotate. You want to be greedy on the defensive line and with pass rushers. I mean, you've seen these teams, the Seahawks, the Eagles. Did they have enough pass rush? There's no such freaking thing. Just keep adding. So, again, will it be a bad pick? We'll see in hindsight. But just off the surface, I mean, a pass rusher along the defensive line who can play multiple techniques across the line is not a problem for me at all.
And I want to throw this out there. Parker Gabriel, in a recent press conference with Daniel Jeremiah, asked about the Broncos at number 62, and Daniel Jeremiah mentioned defensive tackle as a possibility. He named Christian Miller, who went in the early 2nd, Chris McClellan, who's still available, and Tyler Onyedim at 62. Again, for those saying that he could have been had later, probably not. Like, there was somebody who reported that covers the Raiders that came out and saying that they loved Tyler Onyedim and were set to take him. So kind of what I said earlier. He wasn't going later. He was one of those picks that, you don't hear about, similar to last year with RJ Harvey. Everybody freaked out initially about Denver drafting RJ Harvey when they did, only for it to come out later that night that the Jaguars were not happy that Denver took RJ Harvey because they were set to take him, and then they traded back as a result for it. And another one was a couple teams in the 7th round being set to take Caleb Lohner, granted 7th round pick, but teams where we see things, fans, with analysts like us, other analysts, teams don't see things the same way that we do. So If Denver felt that they could have gotten him in the 5th round, they wouldn't have taken him there at 66. They probably figured they weren't getting him there, and it turns out that is accurate. The Raiders were set to take him with the next pick.
I'm glad that you said that, Eric, because Dane Brugler talks about this all the time. Listening to the Athletic Football Show where they do a show literally called Building the Beast. It started at the tail end of August, ran all the way through literally just this last Tuesday, where they were talking about how they go through everything. Dane Brugler's like, I'm scouting these players based on traits and based on what they can be, what they are as athletes, how they actually play the football game. I'm not a general scout for a specific team. I'm not looking for specific traits for specific teams. I'm stacking these players up in terms of what they are as football players overall. So if the Broncos have Onyedem as a top 65 player, or 66 is what they took him, that means that they valued him in that particular range because he fits a certain specific skill set for their defense, and they like the fit there. Like that's where you got to kind of understand where the thought process comes. Like Eric, Nick, and I, Carl, everybody that we here at Mile High Huddle, every draft analyst across the entire country, they all say the same thing. Eric almost dropped the F-bomb just now.
Yeah, the Bengals take Takario Davis, who I think is probably one of the most natural fits inside the Broncos coverage scheme.
Mm-hmm.
Just back to Go ahead.
I was going to say, if you want to talk about reach, he was my 101 overall player. And, reach has happened in the 3rd round a little bit, and all boards are different. So,
yeah, I mean, and just again, some of the people across the league talking about Onyedem, Lance Zierlein said Onyedem will eventually be an NFL starter on the defensive line with his ability and penetration. And Dane Brugler says people are not talking about Onyedem nearly enough right now, and that he expects him to go mid-day 2 at some point.
Going to interrupt you here as another Broncos fan favorite, and a favorite of yours, Nick, goes to the Saints, Oscar Delp.
Okay, I mean, the injuries were always the concern, but big athlete who blocks like that, I mean, gimme. And I know he did a lot. I mean, this is why you like to kind of switch up some of the simulators too, if you can. But we were doing these simulators, and we had 5th round picks galore. Marlon Klein, Borkerker, just all these guys, and wham. I mean, we did what was it? We took Sam Roush and Oscar Delp, was it, in our mock draft and Kalen Rutledge. Man, good value, I guess, on those guys in hindsight, but you never know with these guys. So again, Onyedem, versatile player, a penetrator, and somebody who, I mean, Eric, how many times on the show have I been annoyed being like, what the hell is Jordan Jackson still doing on this roster? Like, until he's off here. I mean, no offense, dude, but like when we saw you on the field, it was frustrating, and I think I've had enough. And like, he's good enough to be pricked up practice squad kind of thing, but if you still have him there rostered, you still have room to improve the interior defensive line. So I'm happy with that.
And we have Chronic coming in making a great point. Remember last year, people were mad because we didn't sign a run blocker, saying how we're going to stop Hampton or Genty. I remember when Denver took Jahdae Barron, people were so mad that we didn't take Derek Harmon or Tyleek Williams or one of these big guys to defend the run. There was a lot of people in chat that were upset about that. Now that we take a high-quality run defender, one of the best in this class on the defensive line, per the analytics, and everybody's upset, as Chronic also came in and said, like, and I do see you, and I do have a fairly good memory. Some of those that are complaining about the pick are the same ones that were complaining about not taking a defensive lineman last year.
Yep. We got Max Rio jumping in here from Canada with a $5 super chat. Love building the trenches. Thanks for all you guys do for us. You're the best Broncos pod out there. Good night and go Broncos. See you tomorrow. Thank you, Max, for the kind words in the super chat. We definitely appreciate it. And we just do the best that we can, man. It's fun to do this. We love doing it. We love being here for you guys and having a conversation back and forth. And thank you all for joining us. I mean, we got 600 eyes on us right now in the room trying to break down. And I don't know, is it calm down Broncos country, or what are we doing here in terms of like explaining this pick to make it seem a little bit more palatable to Broncos fans?
I mean, the reason that this team has gone from cellar, what did the world of suck that they talk about? There's a lot of reasons, but the number one, and I said it on the show, I think this morning, Eric, is that this team has gone from mid-lean of the pack in trenches on both sides of the ball to arguably the singular best trench team in all of football. And I abide by the campfire theory, as I call it. If you want to keep a campfire going, Do you throw a log on it after it's died? No. You have to stoke the fire and continuously feed it, and that means getting ahead of it. If your defensive line, offensive line, if you let it go out like a fire, it's going to take twice as long to get back going. So you throw a log on the fire, you keep going, you add talent, and you rotate those guys in and out, and you develop them over time at a position that gets paid on the open market at that as well. So again, time will tell if it was a good pick, but with what this team has done, with the athleticism, with the versatility, with the bodies along the trenches, the pass rush, the Super Bowl winners the last 2 seasons that beat the absolute you-know-what out of the opposing team's offensive line, not because they have Myles Garrett or Aaron Donald, but because they are 8 to 10 deep. You keep going at it. You keep investing year after year at talent, traits, and hopefully you have a good plan where these guys grow. Year 3 of this contract, he's a starter. Savion Jones, you never know for sure, but there's snaps to be had for these guys. So again, I get it. You could argue it is a win-now position because there's always snaps to be had on a defensive line where, like, if they took a cornerback here, what's the path? But again, tight end, running back, I know people want that, but pass rush is, last year, I would argue that pass rush was the most important thing in all of football. More than quarterback play, more than offensive line play is how good your defensive line was. Yeah. You have to keep investing.
We have Negan coming in and say, y'all realize bro broke his ankle because no one could catch and hold on to the ball. Yeah, it was kind of a freak injury and everything like that, and it stunk. And guess what? In the same game, Denver had serious issues stopping the run.
They stunk.
Like, James Cook had a great day. Who you wish you were? Did Malachi Fields get picked? As soon as you sent this in, the pick was announced. He just went to
the Giants.
The Giants.
Yeah, he went to the Giants. Yep.
And we have Louis coming in saying 3 homers who don't know football. Meanwhile, the projection was a 4th, 5th rounder. By who? Who was projecting him as a 4th, 5th rounder? Because Lance Zierlein of NFL Network was talking about him as a late 3rd, early 4th. Dane Brugler had him as a 3rd rounder. Daniel Jeremiah was talking about him for the Broncos at 62 overall, and I believe had him in his top 100. Who had him as a 3rd, 5th? Pro Football Focus, who hasn't updated their board since February because they fired everybody. Like, people who were keeping active with their boards had him with that, and I think Nick, you'll know the guy
Brugler had him like his 5th highest interior defensive lineman. He was way up there for Brugler.
I can pull the beast really fast.
Who was the guy who takes like Zierlein and Brugler and Jeremiah and
Arif Hassan.
I think Arif Hassan who ended up being like 80 on that consensus board. So, the true experts were talking about him as a 3rd rounder. We're just sitting here talking about him as a 3rd rounder.
It just comes to that point, and you can feel what you want, Louis. Thank you for calling me a homer. I don't know if that's maybe had it like 2 or 3 times in my life, because normally I'm Debbie Downer.
Normally we get called haters.
Yeah. So I'll take it. But again, every team's board is different, and you might end up being correct in how you're feeling about this. He might not work out. It's the NFL draft. You're talking about a 3rd round pick at a value position. Like, there's a reason he fell to the 3rd round at a value position. But I recall a year ago, and also feeling like, not sure about that. But Pat Bryant was one of the largest discrepancies between the consensus board and where he was drafted out of any player in the last 5-8 years. Like, it was him and Isaac T-Slaw were like, oh my gosh, way out from the consensus board. Pat Bryant might have been Denver's best pick last year early on, especially considering the position he plays to. Got to stay healthy. But again, I know it's an appeal to authority, but we aren't dealing with all the information. I love the process of adding interior defensive linemen. And I think this regime, again, is appeal to authority, but they've done enough to, I think, earn the benefit of the doubt to some extent. They're not going to get it perfect. Nobody does. But I would love to let it play out a little bit.
Yeah.
And if you want to be feeling about it, then God bless.
And Cody W comes in with the $5 super chat. Never know what's going on behind the scenes. Exactly. We don't know all the medicals. We don't know all the character stuff. And throughout this, some of that stuff starts to come to light. Guys that we like for Denver, they might have some of it, have some of the stuff that we just don't know about. Basically, some players that you thought should have picked sooner than the teammates just didn't have their teammates go to their birthday party, just like the great Bo Callahan, right?
Yep.
On that real quick, I saw a funny thing. It was about the biggest plot hole in that movie, and it was the fact that Wisconsin quarterback was projected number 1. And then, again, not to pick on you a little bit, but Negan, coming in. Remember, a couple first downs away, winning from going to the Super Bowl with the backup at quarterback. And you know what play sealed it? A run play where the left side of the Patriots left side, who had issues all game, were able to collapse down because Denver couldn't handle sealing off that side where Tyler Onyedem will come in and play. Like, two can play that game. Like, it's not a thing of like, oh, now they're ignoring what they need on offense. There's still plenty of options there. Tight end didn't get a little bit decimated, but this is still a really good class with it. They still could trade up. There's still guys that are available for it. Running backs, this wasn't viewed as a great running back class, first of all. We've only had, 2 running backs drafted by now?
Yep.
We still have Washington available. Jonah Coleman still available. Denver could still move up. They can still get weapons on offense. Meanwhile, defensive line, particularly these guys who can play, 4-eye, 5, not nose tackles, it's a strong nose tackle class, but those outer defensive linemen, this was a very weak class for those types. And the Broncos get who many felt to be, one of the 3 best. So
just going to the beast here. I've pulled up Dane Brugler from The Athletic. I've pulled up the beast here. He had Tyler Onyedem as player number 74 on his big board, defensive tackle number 7. And Eric, you already mentioned this, but I'm going to read it again. Adequately athletic without a true distinguishing trait or a fatal flaw. He's just a good freaking football player. That's all you need to know.
Yeah, and if you guys are rushing, look at reading everything, if you got time, tonight you're a little bored, maybe Denver doesn't get another pick, you got some time, pull up Texas A&M versus Texas this year and watch Onyedem against that left guard. Now, maybe that left guard is absolute ass. Hopefully I can say that on here. Maybe he is. I mean, Texas is a great program. You wouldn't think that they would have a fish on the offensive offensive line like that, but maybe they do. But man, he took that guy to church repeatedly.
I'm gonna say the Manning family hated him. How much he was getting after Manning there at Texas, but and Pittsburgh just got their quarterback, Drew Aller, Penn State. So there you go.
Who did the Dolphins take?
I didn't see. I just walked in. I did want to say real quick.
Caleb Douglas, the Texas Tech wide receiver.
There you go.
Oh, interesting.
And we got David Youngkin coming in with a $1.99 super saying, "Love the show. Not one fan has skin in the game." Yeah, well, I guess I'd say we have a little bit of skin just because we all care about the team, but obviously it's still, we're not getting fired if we fail at the draft. Maybe we are, the 4 of us, but fans are not getting fired if we decide, hey, this is a good pick, bad pick, whatever, where they would be. I the more I think about this, the more I think Broncos' biggest loss this year from their 14-3 team last year was JFM. I know you guys probably already talked about this, but it just, I know we took Savion Jones last year, and Uwazurike had some moments, but neither of those guys are ones that I'm going, hey, they are for sure the replacement. This is the guy. Neither of them did enough to make me say that. And so adding to it and saying, hey, now we've got a 3-man competition for that spot to be that number 4 defensive lineman for this team. Like I said, I'm good with it. I'm happy with it. I want to see what he can bring to the table. And him going from Iowa State and having to do that 2-gap system, and it maybe not being the best fit for him, but him learning that for the run game of, hey, I'm going to hold up even though I'm maybe a little bit smaller guy, compared to then going to Texas A&M and now, hey, we're going to let you loose, and him going well, being able to do that, and now coming to Denver where they're going to say, hey, go get after it. I'm excited to see him, what he can do here in Denver. So I think his time in Iowa State, I know as bad as it is to go to Iowa State, and I did have an Iowa guy sent me an Iowa magnet this week, just to make sure that I don't forget that I guess I'm an Iowa fan now.
We knew that.
Yeah, of course. But to, like I said, just to go through that, to do the dirty work when you're not getting the stats, you're not getting the recognition, and now being able to come to a system where he could go get some of that recognition to go make the plays. I am excited to see what he could do with that. So I don't hate the pick. It's not one, like I said, that's going to make me jump up for joy by any means, but the Broncos in these middle rounds, this is where they've made it well. George Payton has done well with these picks, and some of them were ones that even on this show that we've disagreed with. Nick Benito was one that we were all kind of like, oh, really? And he's turned into an all-pro player, one of the best pass rushers in football.
Yeah.
And I love the Marvin Mims pick. I mean, he was my favorite wide receiver in that draft, and he's turned in obviously to a good player, all-pro returner for sure. And so, yeah, Broncos have done well last year. Pat Bryant showed well as a third-round pick. RJ Harvey, their late second-round pick, did well for the offense. So I think they've done well of building their board for this part of the draft.
Interesting to go ahead, Nick. Go ahead.
I was just going to say I'm never going to be too upset to keep investing in the trenches. I know that linebacker, tight end, some of those spots in the day, a little bit more glamour. Football games are won up front, and it's not on the defensive line. It's not your first wave. You need to be 5 deep at edge and 5 deep at the interior. And you're talking about a third-round pick here. So somebody who's going to be ideally rotational this season, you probably get in rotational at this spot anyway. Even the tight ends available, guess what? Probably behind Troutman and Ingram this year, probably. So getting somebody where there actually is a pathway to snap at a more valuable position in general. So again, he's somebody that a lot of people were late on, I guess, in general, and that kind of maybe tanked some of the perception of him, especially with Eric and I, using so much of I won't speak for all you guys, but using the Pro Football Focus simulator. Probably won't be using that one next year with everything that's happened. But again, time will tell. I just have a very hard time getting too upset about investing in the first or second most important positional group in football with a guy who can play a number of spots, fits the scheme, has length, has heavy hands, and has a role to come in here and play. So again, maybe it ends up being like Savion Jones this season. Maybe it does. But go ahead.
I was just going to say, anybody who comes in and is talking about him as a 5th-round pick or something, show me a reliable source for that. Because, again, Lance Zierlein, 3rd or 4th. Daniel Jeremiah had him in his top 100. Dane Brugler had him in his top 100, had him in the 70s, we believe. I had him in the 80s. Arif Hansen's consensus board that takes all those guys, he was in the top 100. So he wasn't a 5th-round prospect unless you are looking at outdated stuff or very unreliable things that just don't, update very regularly.
Yep. Well, and speaking of interior defensive line here, guys, the Green Bay Packers just took Chris McClellan, the defensive lineman from Missouri, just a handful of picks later. And I like Onyedem a lot more than I like Chris McClellan, and I like Chris McClellan a lot. I thought that as a 4-eye that can play down into the nose as well, that offers a little bit more juice as a pass rusher, but he's a terrible run defender. He doesn't have the play strength. Like, looking at what Onyedem brings as compared to a Chris McClellan, he fits what the Broncos need more on their as a depth piece on their defensive line. Like, we can argue this until we're blue in the face, guys. I think it's kind of a moot point at this particular point. So let's just move on a little bit. We got Chris Bell jumping in here, a member over on YouTube with a $5 super chat saying, who's left at running back besides Mike Washington that you guys like? I'm worried about J.K. Dobbins, and we need something here.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's running back available, and the thing that's nice about the Broncos, especially with trade down and the comp picks you're having, and the running back position in general, you can kick the can a little bit and reevaluate things when the trade deadline comes as well. So there's still draft picks available, but let's say they bring in somebody day 3 here, it doesn't work out. You got a chance later as well. So I do have more Onyedem thoughts from having watched him, but we'll go to you guys first.
Real quick, I was just going to throw this out there too, is talking about running back. Adam Schefter reported, I want to say last week, that there's expected to be movement on the veteran running backs in the NFL over the next, few weeks. And, there's a guy that Denver was linked to a while ago that's still in Arizona that, they signed Tyler Algier. They drafted Jeremiah Love. James Conner is now a possibility. So there's still other avenues for that. And again, this was a weak running back class. Many were expecting. I I was told by an NFL guy that you need to set the over under on running backs in the top 100 at 3.5, and you should probably take the under.
Yikes.
And so it's not great, but there are still some guys left here. I mean, Mike Washington continues to kind of fall down a little bit. Jonah Coleman, Katron Allen, Nicholas Singleton, depending on the foot, Kalen Black, Noah Whittington. Like, not all those guys are Emmett Johnson. Not all of those guys are like that true top back, but that's not Sean Payton's real style. He likes that 2-3 back sets, roles in there, and those guys can fit in that. And obviously, they are taking a major risk with J.K. Dobbins staying healthy. I've been very pessimistic about that possibility, but it's still a great, it's still a good. It's a draft to where you can wait till the 4th round and still probably get somebody who can come in and contribute in the room.
I did have one more thought about Onyedim in general. And thanks, Chris, for the comment. There's a lot of running backs. Thanks for the super chat. You guys are killing it, supporting us, even if some of you might not agree. But this is something that really stood out last season when watching the Texas A&M defensive line as well. When we were Shamar Stewart and they had 2 other defensive tackles that were talented. Obviously, Texas A&M has got some money. But Galco out there at Texas A&M, they play much more of a react front to their defensive line, where a lot of times if you have guys who are explosive forward, it's not really what they're asked to do, to penetrate and get upfield. It's rather, you make contact and you try to get eyes in the backfield and then react, which is not really the case for what the Broncos do up front. I mean, and yet when you watch him, he's suited for a more one-gapping, attacking, twisting front, which Denver does. I mean, one of the most blitz-happy teams in football. I mean, gosh, you can get under guys, long arms. So, again, I think there's more meat on the bone with this guy, with this talent, because Texas A&M didn't really play a style of defense, which works for them, but it doesn't always work for the exact players that they have. So I'm excited to see what he can do in Denver.
Yeah, and just to give an update on the last few picks here, obviously we had Drew Aller, Chris McClellan went to the Packers, AJ Halsey to the Colts, and Zakarian Branch to the Falcons at 79.
Okay, there's Branch. Good for Scott. I knew that a lot of fans out in Atlanta were hoping for Branch, and happy to see that the power trip issue that happened in Athens did not affect his Scott too much. But Joe from somewhere, $10. Between the Chargers, Raiders, Chiefs, who do you think's having the best draft so far? I mean, I have to say the Raiders, just because they got one of my favorite players in the class in Stukes, safety, nickelback, and also Mendoza. I mean, again, do I think he's going to be a superstar? No, but like having the first overall pick at quarterback in a 1 quarterback class overall, I mean, good for them. So we'll see. That team's offensive line is still horrific. So I don't know. It's going to probably be a little bit still, but I think the Raiders probably having a pretty good draft on the whole.
I think on the flip side, I'd say the Chiefs have had the worst draft so far. I mean, it's not that they've taken terrible players per se. It's just they've taken a lot of risk. Art Mason Thomas, very, very small. And I get they're watching Bonito here in Denver tear it up. But an edge guy that's 240, and we've talked about it with Bonito, like there's still weaknesses to his game.
Mm-hmm.
He's a great player, deserving of the contract that he got, and I'm glad that he's here in Denver. But when he's on the field and it's a run play, I'm still nervous about what he's going to bring to the table. There's going to be plays where he makes it in the backfield, and there's going to be others where he kind of gets blown back. There's some risk there. And then the trade up, I thought they gave up a lot to get up there. I don't think it was terrible, but they did give up a lot. And then Peter Woods, high risk guy. Is he what he was in 2024, or is he what he was in 2025? I don't know. I mean, if there's a guy that can get a lot out of him, it's Spagnuolo. But at the same time, I think taking him in the first, that was one of the more riskier picks that I saw from any team in the first round. Caleb Banks as well, another defensive lineman that went to Minnesota. Both those guys with some risk when you're taking them that high. Chargers, I like their first pick. He is 25, so that kind of takes a little bit of the value down, but he is a good player, ready to go day one. And then taking a center, I mean, I get it. They needed it. But it's not going to be any pick that makes me, again, jump up for joy or anything like that if I was a Chargers fan. And as Eric said, over under on how many games he's actually going to play, because injuries seem to just hit them every single time on the offensive line. So, yep, like I said, I would probably say I'd agree with you. Raiders best, Chargers second, Chiefs third.
Yeah, I would be in agreement with that. And thank you, Joe from somewhere, coming in with the $10 super chat. We also have Cody W coming in with the $2 super chat, saying need inside linebacker, one injury away from being SOL. Trade up is still a possibility. One name that was linked with the Broncos there at 62 and 66 was Kyle Lewis. They've been they've had a lot of interest in those linebackers. From what I've gathered, about 4 of those 6 players that they were eyeballing at 62 were linebackers. So it's, there's still options out there. You still have Kyle Lewis. Again, he's there. It's a lot of different types as well. So not only, if my let's scroll, not only do you have Kyle Lewis, you have Caleb Blums or Jimmy Rolder, Red Murdoch, who's a fumble machine, downhill player as well. Bryce Betcher, like Keyshawn Elliott, Aiden Fisher, some other downhill guys. So there is still a wide range of linebackers going, and we're getting to the range. We're still in that range where you can find quality linebackers that can come in and give you a good career in the NFL. Like, linebackers is a position that earlier ago, actually, and Nick, you can correct me if I'm wrong, it actually rises, the hit rate, success rate, whatever you want to put it, actually improves for linebacker the later you get in the draft, and speaking about like round 4 or 5, right?
From what I remember, I mean, when you get to day 3, it's pretty hard. But I think it was Timo Risque, and this would have been 5-6 years ago, but linebacker was actually the one of like 3 positions where the hit rate round 1 was no different than day 2. Like,
no different. Yeah, that's right.
At all. So like, if you take a guy and you like him, every player is an individual, but linebacker, interior offensive line, safety, tight end, obviously that'd be different after last year, but you go back, 10, 15 year sample size, look at the round 1 picks there compared to rounds 2 through 4, not very different. Offensive tackle, quarterback, wide receiver, edge rusher, pretty much the good guys. They're identified and taken early. So Cody, needs a linebacker. You're right. And that's another position, though. Denver still might make a move. They could make a trade for a guy as well. So they have some capital built up for 2027, and they still might take one here coming up. I mean, you still got how many more picks? 7 more to go here after that trade that they had. So still time.
And we have Chris Bell coming in with the $5 super chat. Tomorrow is what I'm looking forward to. No time to stock up, and I'm looking forward to time to stock up and fire. Thank you, Chris Bell, for the super chat, and join us tomorrow. We'll be live all throughout all 3 rounds. At least I will. I don't know about the other 3 because they have these other weird things called lives and other regular jobs and
a job
and family that they apparently don't like to ignore. Not really. I have other family watching the kiddo, but being able to do this for my day job allows me to, obviously be here with them, having other stuff and other things to do. But we have Andrew Lampe coming in with the $20 super chat, saying, here's some light money for pronouncing dude's name right already. Can't go wrong building in trenches. Yeah, it's Onyedem, and I heard it at the Senior Bowl as Onyedem, so I got to get in the habit of saying Onyedem. And you can still catch me kind of mess that up, but yeah, it's not a super complicated name to pronounce once you get through it.
Once you get it. Chris Bell jumped in a little bit ago as well. I don't know if you guys caught this super chat or not. The $2 super chat saying, I love this pick. Just watch his highlights talking about Tyler Onyedem. Called him a beast. So I think the more that you get some highlights out there, get some more people talking about the pick in general, I think the more people are going to like it. Just wanted to grab that really fast. I wasn't sure if you did that.
Right. If you guys have Twitter, go check out my Twitter feed. I actually, speaking of the beast, I tweeted out a video of, I think I retweeted it, of Dane Brugler talking about Onyedem and how much he liked him. And again, he had him as a 3rd round player.
So there you go. Yeah. As Nick said earlier, go watch the Texas game, Texas versus Texas A&M. That's his best game this past year. And you're going to see him dominate on quite a few plays. And you're going to see the potential that probably the Broncos looked at and said, yep, that's what we want here. And yeah, he's a great scheme fit. That's the other big part of this. There are a lot of guys who get drafted who are talented, but they fit a certain scheme. And if they go to the wrong team or the wrong defense coordinator or a wrong offense coordinator, they can't be used to their full potential. And so him coming here to Denver and what we run here, it just fits so well. And I think if there's a place for him to be successful, it's here in Denver.
Yep.
I like it. I mean, gosh, I guess we should go around and give a grade for the pick, right? Right now, like, just to kind of like, I feel like right now I'm pushing back to the vitriol to it. I give it a B. I'm not like, jumping up and down, losing my mind, thinking like this is the best thing since sliced bread with it. But moving down, adding somebody as a scheme fit who I think is better for Denver than it'll be for Texas A&M for everything, and adding a position where you just cannot have enough talent in general. So again, I give it a B, especially with the trade down, getting another pick there at the same time. So Denver, I think we can say by now they had 6 guys. Eric kind of mentioned it as well, but I think we can pretty much assume they had 6 guys and all 6 were gone by pick 62. So they went back and went on that next tier. It is a next tier player, but they still add a player that they like and also seems like a high character guy. So again, a B. I'm not upset about it. If they'd have reached on, I don't know, like Emmett Johnson here, not a position of value, not a super explosive player. We have to get a running back. That's when I'm talking C, D. But there's snaps available for this guy. So I'm going to give it a B. What do you think, Carl?
I'd probably give that too. I mean, it's kind of the cop out to copy you here, I guess. But it is. Yeah. It's just such a solid pick. He makes sense. He wasn't top guy on my board, so I can't give him an A by any means. But at the same time, just fit, building the trenches, good overall player, hard worker, will fit well in the locker room. He just checks so many boxes that you're looking for in a guy that this part of the draft. We're talking 3rd round here. If we're talking 1st round and we're reaching for a guy like this, then yeah, you're going to have some problems. But 3rd round, where you're getting a solid player who's going to be added to the rotation, and it's just going to keep that unit turning out guys left and right. I like it. I don't love it.
Yeah. What do you think,
Lance? Lance, I'll finish it up. So go ahead.
Okay. I'd give it a B with a caveat on the trade back to push it towards a B+. And it's also a player that I like for the scheme. Like that to me, it fits the scheme. It fits a pseudo need in terms of bolstering up the run defense for this defensive line, but also offers you some pass rush upside. So I'll say a B+ just to go a little bit more on the positive side of things, because when I read the name originally from Mike Kliss, I was excited, because the more and more you watch him and you go to that Texas game, I just saw a highlight. I'm scrolling through Twitter again, trying to get caught back up on what else is happening in the draft. The first play you see, Tyler Onyedem lined up as a 4 technique, ripping a wicked 6 spin move against the Texas left guard and sacking Arch Manning with a strip sack. That's the pass rush upside you can get with a player like this. Like, I'll give it a B+.
Without the trade, I would give it a B, but with the trade, I'm also at a B+. And one thing is, again, he was ranked in the mid 80s for me, and so it was a slight reach for my board. But again, my board has 515 players on it. The Broncos board has probably 100 to 125 players on it. So they cut out a lot of players. That's another thing that always is worth remembering. Teams cut out so many players due to scheme fit, injuries, and personality, all sorts of stuff. They don't have hundreds of players. It can be as low as 75. I think the lowest I heard one year was like 50 to 150 to 175. And it depends on how many picks you have as well. I really like the pick. I do question how much, I think he can be a starter in the NFL, but can he be like a great starter? I think he's going to be a very quality starter and a very good depth piece. I think he can come in and have an impact right away because of how well schooled he is from a technical standpoint, especially as a run defender. So I really do like the pick. And again, the other thing with this is last year, I mean, we even talked about it when we were doing the live draft show. We had a lot of people in the chat complaining about it. the lack of run defense. How are we going to stop the running backs in the AFC West? And it got worse with Kenneth Walker going to the Chiefs. Well, now we got that run defender, and some of you are now, throwing a fit that we went and got that guy, going off that he's a reach, 5th round pick when that's clearly not actually the case. But we have Doc James also coming with a $20 super chat saying, "Hey fellas, MHH, preach the sanity and stay calm. This guy, Mall Texas, and has the run stuffing we need. Love it. B+." Exactly. That Texas game was actually when I saw, oh man, I can't remember who it was, but in March, I saw somebody talk about Tyler Onyedem as a 3rd round pick. I'm like, nah, man, I have him as a 6th round pick. I hadn't watched the Texas game yet. I watched some other games, so I wasn't as high on him. And then I went back and I watched some more, including the Texas game. I'm like, all right, for one reason or another, those games were off. I see a lot more out of there. I went back and watched the game, and you still kind of see, a little bit more of the flashes and, refresh on it. But yeah, that Texas game is the game to stand out. If you want to understand why Denver made this pick, it is that Texas pick. And again, we have Joe from somewhere coming in with a $10 super chat. The Broncos 2026 draft class won't be defined by Tyler on his own, yet embrace the process, more darts, and invest in the trenches. Exactly. It's not just Tyler Onyedem. It's going to be what else they do. Do they flip a pick for a veteran? Do they flip a player for more picks and then flip for a veteran? Like, they still have plenty of options. Do they move up here into the 3rd round to go get, one of these last weapons that's still available? They have a lot in there, and invest in the trenches. One thing that we've seen time and time again, if you want to win the Super Bowl, or at least compete in the Super Bowl, trenches year after year. If you can dominate the trenches, you can go to the Super Bowl, you can win it. The Eagles last year, both the Patriots and the Seahawks were able to dominate in the trenches. Seahawks were able to do it more in the big game, and that was a big reason why they won. And even though they lost, the Patriots did really well in the trenches as well. So you got to be able to dominate in the trenches.
Another thing I would say, we have to remember he was switching from Iowa State to Texas A&M. So the early games there with Texas A&M, you could tell there was kind of almost a hesitation. He wasn't quite ready for that. Hey, I get to go make a play. He was still in that, I'm just the guy to kind of clog up the holes and everybody else go make the play. And so as the season went on, probably his 2 best games were his last 2, the Texas game and then the Miami game. If you go watch those 2, then you're going to understand this guy, he's definitely deserving of this spot. If you're watching the very early games in the season, you might be sitting there saying, I don't see it. He's not making many plays. So like I said, he got more used to the scheme, a little bit more, hey, I can actually go make the play. And you just saw him really begin to flourish and put plays together. And I loved, especially at the end of the year, you saw some of his pass rush where if his first move didn't work, he was ready with a second move. And he was starting to really kind of figure it out and put some things together. And another thing, last time the Broncos took a defensive lineman from Texas A&M, it kind of worked out okay. Von Miller. I'm not saying he's going to be Von Miller for us. I mean, that would be great. But we have not gone wrong taking defensive linemen from Texas A&M. So, no, I do. I think he's going to be good. I think his best football is still ahead of him because he's still learning how to attack. He just didn't have that for 4 years. He was not told, hey, you go make the play. It really was clog this up, cause as much trouble here, let the linebackers, the safeties, let them go make the play.
Yeah. I want to reset the draft here for just a minute. Eric, if you got something to finish up, go ahead. I was just going to reset the draft and update the board really quick.
I was just going to go to just a cool little story. This morning, Albert Regis, he had his daughter go and pick his draft spot. They put a cup with a logo of a team on it. She picked the Jaguars. Later on, hours later, the Jaguars picked him 81 overall. That's just a cute little story.
It's fun.
And as a girl dad, shout out to girl dads. Like, it's cool to see the daughter see that happen with the little one who looks like she might be 1 or 2 years old at most.
Yeah, and it's interesting that the Jaguars did go and take Albert Regis just a handful of picks after the Broncos did. 15 picks later. I mean, last I knew, we had Malachi Fields to the Giants, Caleb Douglas to the Dolphins, Drew Aller to the Steelers, Chris McClellan to the. Go ahead.
I'm going to interrupt you again because we do have a trade. And, as we talk about the Broncos potentially trading up into the third round, it's worth noting the Chargers traded 86 to the Browns, who traded 105, 145, and 206. So we're now in that range where the Broncos could potentially move from 108 to get into, that third round with, the 6th rounder or the 170 or the pick they got from the Bills in that trade down, and 246. So we need to be on trade up watch.
Yeah, absolutely. Back to it here. Chris McClellan, the insured defensive lineman from Missouri, to the Green Bay Packers at 77. AJ Halsey to the Colts at 78. Zachariah Branch, the explosive wide receiver from Georgia, to the Atlanta Falcons, staying home there in Atlanta to pick 79. Jacoby Lane, a downfield vertical threat wide receiver from USC, to the Ravens at pick number 80. The aforementioned Albert Regis, the defensive lineman from Texas A&M. Tyler Onyedam's teammate at 81 to the Jaguars. Dominic Orange, big citrus defensive lineman from Iowa State at 82 to the Vikings. Chris Brazel, the wide receiver, vertical threat, incredible vertical threat, to the Carolina Panthers at 83. And the Buccaneers, at least to the last I've seen, are on the clock at 84.
They selected Ted Hurst, the Georgia State wide receiver.
Wow, a couple of intriguing downfield threats. Brazel and Hurst going back to back here. Hurst I actually like better than Brazel, so that's interesting to me.
And the Browns, with their trade up, they selected the Florida offensive tackle Austin Barber, who there was some interest there out of Denver in him.
Fun little run on receivers right there. I mean, you get a bunch of explosiveness. I mean, Branch, Jacoby Lane, Brazel, and Hurst all have incredible explosiveness. Branch more so is like a gadget player at Georgia. I think that his limited role in terms of, his routes run were like 80% screen routes, and it was like go make plays after the catch. But Hurst, Brazel, both big long guys, long speed, downfield threats. Brazel, interesting fact on Brazel, ran 1,147 total routes, I believe, over the last 3 seasons at the University of Tennessee. 2 of those came from the left side of the offensive line, and one of those plays was a run play. And there is a very well-known fact about wide receivers that line up explicitly on one side of the football where they bust out at a more high, an extremely high rate. So Brazel, that was a note that I had on him in terms of his success at the NFL level, and especially in that Tennessee offense, where he's a very limited route runner, more nuanced than any other receiver that they've produced in the last 5 or 6 years. But he's not a player that is like on the high end in terms of being a high quality player at the NFL level, just based on that statistic alone.
And also with Brazel, it's worth noting too that Tennessee actively coaches their wide receivers to take plays off. Mm-hmm. And it's one of those things, if you it's predetermined prior to the ball which side of the field they're going to go. And if you're not on that side of the field, you just run it at 50%. And that is a big issue that a lot of NFL teams have with it, which is part of the reason why, a lot of people viewed him as a 2nd-round pick, but he fell, especially with the translation of offensive weapons out of Tennessee to the NFL not being so good. But Nick, I have a question for you, Nick, and then I have a question for everybody here. My question for you, Nick, is do you have any insight as to why Jennings Dunker may be on the board? And for all of you, who are some guys at this point, just to talk about a potential trade up, that would interest you and kind of stands out as somebody that Denver could target with a trade up?
Dunker's had a few injuries. That might be an issue. And also, I don't think he's the absolute most fleet of foot player. And he might be one of those guys who questions about the ability to dig out players at guard, zone only, and not necessarily the foot quickness to hang out at right tackle. So I'll be curious. I know he played through a few injuries at Iowa, and his play dipped when he was injured, but maybe just a little bit of a no man's for the league, and not necessarily a fluid enough player compared to a guy like Austin Barber, who just came off the board recently to the Browns, doubling up on offensive line. So we'll see with Dunker, but yeah, maybe he's a little bit of jack of all trades, but I would be pretty surprised if he's not coming off the board here pretty soon.
Would he interest you for Denver as a possible trade up candidate?
Yes, but not yet. I think you're talking about like maybe combining the fourth. How high up can our 4th round pick and our 6th round pick get us? Like,
probably mid-late 90s at this point.
That's kind of where I'm talking. That interests me a little bit, but packaging both 4ths together, I'd have to look at what the board is right now just to see who.
Oh, I don't think it's with the Chargers trade up. I don't think it'd take both fourths because it was. Let me see if I can find it again real quick. It was like it was 105, 145, and 206 for 86. So I don't think we have to worry about 108 and 111 to move up at this point. I think we're talking, the pick from the Bills, 108 or 111, and one of the sevens. That seems to be what the cost is at this point.
Yeah. How high can one of those fours, maybe even the later fourth in the 6th round, get us? Can we do like a Savion Jones last season where we get one of the very last picks of round 3? Possibly. I'd be excited. I mean, I think he's going to be a good player, but there are some limitations with his athletic profile.
What about you, Carl? Anybody who stands out as a possible trade up, and where would you be looking at trading up?
I mean, yeah, I'm not wanting to trade both fourths by any means. I mean, if it's the 4th and 6th round pick, I can be okay with it because it's a 6th round pick. The odds of them turning into a quality starter it's not 0, but it's pretty low. I mean, Jennings Dunker makes a ton of sense. Mike Washington at the running back position, although there's still so many running backs I like actually that I'm willing to wait in the 4th round and take one at that point. I mean, guys I'm willing to trade up for. There's just not many. I think I'd probably rather just stay where I'm at. I like some of the tight ends that are still left. I talked about it before. One of my favorite tight ends is Eli Raridan.
Speaking of tight ends, Will Kasmerick just went 87 to the Dolphins.
Wow.
Ooh.
Man, tight end run.
Wow.
Second best blocking tight end in this class.
Probably, yeah.
No,
it was
second best.
Him or Bork, or well, I guess Kitzelman, but Borkercher is up there too.
Borkercher, then Kasmerick.
Fair enough.
But real quick, we have Squid Fox coming in saying we just got to subscribe. Thank you for subscribing, Squid Fox. We saying the live streams I watched, didn't know anything about this guy. Glad to know there's a real draft nerds out there. Go Broncos. Thank you for the subscription. And just so you know, we are live with podcasts for an hour every single night of the week, twice in the morning. So again, thank you for the subscription. And we are definitely draft nerds. And even though we didn't talk about him a whole lot, I've definitely mentioned Tyler Onyedem for a while, going back to I think February.
Yep.
So I'm a big fan. I really like the pick. And again, thank you for the subscription. Thank you for joining up.
Yeah, thanks, Wood.
Yeah, that's great.
I guess I'll jump in here really fast, and I'm going to go to my positional rankings here in terms of players that would. So obviously, Jermod McCoy, Chris Bell, Elijah Surratt, not options I'm looking at here. I got a guy in my top 40, number 36 overall on my big board. We're talking about Jennings Dunker. What about Emmanuel Pregnon from Oregon? I mean, just a rock solid player. And I believe he played on the right side at Oregon. And it's been a minute since I watched this tape, but he could probably play the left side. He's got enough strength in the running game. He can fit in the inside zone scheme. He can fit in the duo scheme, moves fairly well enough, high quality pass protector. And if you're looking to move on from Ben Powers after this season, you can always flip Quinn Miners over to the left side. He played left side at Wisconsin or Whitewater, or they want to keep him at right guard.
No, I was going to say Pregnon is a left guard who he's been primary left guard. When he did play right guard recently, it was probably by far his worst game.
Okay.
Like he's a left guy. And from one thing that's been going around is he's been very vocal that he doesn't want to play on the right side, just not comfortable. And one thing I talk about a lot for offensive linemen, switching sides, it's something that's uncomfortable. It's like wiping your ass with the wrong hand.
Yep. So I must have watched the one game where I thought he was still solid, but if he plays on the left side primarily, then play him on the left side. And watching the tape is like boring. Like it's boring because there's no necessarily like highlights. He's not a player that's going to like maul you down in the running game. He's just going to be a solid, consistent contributor. And you get him this late in the draft. I mean, it makes a lot of sense, especially if we're moving on from Ben Powers. To get back onto what I was saying here, like I wouldn't mind trading up for a player that most people viewed as a potential first round option. Like I believe Dane Brugler had him in the top 40 on his big board. I know Daniel Jeremiah did as well. Eric, where did you have him on your board? I had him at 36.
He was in my top 30, but he had a second round grade. I only had like 17 players with first round grades, 16 players. But one thing with Pregnon that has come out a lot over the last couple of days is there are some attitude and coachability stuff with him.
Mm.
And at Oregon, one of the big issues he had was he would get upright and he ended up on the ground a lot. And one of the comments made was Oregon tried to coach that out of him, and he just would essentially shrug it off.
Mm-hmm. That's just another option that I had there.
And,
the player at the top end of my board that's still.
And it doesn't matter because he just got drafted to the Jaguars.
Man, screw the Jaguars.
Feels me every time you guys say that. with the wires. Jaguars. Come on, guys.
Jaguars.
We're sophisticated. We're sophisticated.
Jaguars.
Carl looks like he should be saying Jaguars with that beard.
Jaguars.
The Jaguar.
You can argue with the beard.
What is the car? Jaguar.
Jaguar.
Whatever they say. There's something of sport.
Just gotta think, how pretentious can I sound?
Well, Nick, you can't really talk to us about saying names when you can't even say Derek Wolf's name correctly.
Wolf.
You say Derek Wolf.
Derek Wolf.
At least that's how it comes through. It sounds like
there's an L in there, isn't there?
Yeah, but it sounds like you're saying Wolf, not Wolf.
Derek Wolf.
Through the headset, it sounds like you're saying Derek Wolf, man.
I do this to my wife all the time. She can't say bag.
Oh, is she a big person?
Yeah, she's a big.
Does she wash her hands? Does she wash her hands too?
She does not say that. It's only that one sound that she has problems with, and she can't hear it. And now my kids make fun of her too because I do. And so she tries to avoid those words as much as she can.
All right, Cody W jumping in here with a $2 super chat. He's been just hounding us here, and everybody all the way through the chat so far. You guys have been great, just keeping us going here. Cody jumps in saying, "What do you think about Kyle Lewis, the linebacker out of Pittsburgh?" I'll start us off here. Undersized, but an elite coverage player. His work at the Senior Bowl in one-on-ones, where one-on-ones linebackers versus running backs in the passing game is quite literally like running backs win that drill 99% of the time. Kyle Lewis had multiple pass breakups and an interception in one-on-ones, and he's just all over the field. Sideline to sideline guy, probably more of a safety than an actual linebacker, but he's been linked to the Broncos, so that I'm here for it. I probably wouldn't trade up for him though. That's not a player that I would want to give up extra capital. If he falls to you at 108, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, interesting player. He's maybe a little bit too much of a tweener. Like a big win. What the hell's going on? Maybe a little bit too much of a pure like sub package linebacker, which how many snaps you actually want those guys? Honestly, the linebackers you like a little bit more those days in that kind of realm are pass rushers more than coverage guys half the time. But Eric has something for us. What's going on?
I'm going to say, people talking about reaches. The Bears just selected Xavier Thomas, the wide receiver out of LSU, and he was a guy that a lot of people didn't even have getting drafted.
Number 310 on PFF's big board.
We don't care about PFF anymore.
Well, I understand that. I'm just using their simulator because it's the one that I know how to use the best.
They built a good simulator. It's too bad that they are heartless big corporation.
Dumb.
Got sold to another heartless big corporation.
Yeah.
Allowed
private equity, baby. Sell it for parts.
Oh my God.
Jared McCoy still available. Keontae Scott still available. Jennings Dunker. Just going off Mel Kiper's board here. Xavier Harris, defensive tackle, probably not for Denver. Malik Muhammad, cornerback from Texas, maybe pair up with Jahdae Barron. Make Broncos fans really excited too about that. Mike Washington, of course. Skylar Bell, really good wide receiver. Elijah Surratt. A lot of people loved him, but then he was a big guy, but not much of an athlete.
And struggles
not much of an athlete.
Struggles to separate, and being unable to separate in college is basically a death sentence in the NFL.
I saw that he only had, I saw it was a crazy stat. Only 5% of his targets this last year were off target.
Yeah. Which
is like, most guys are like 30, 35. KC Concepcion was like 52. So 5% for Surratt. I mean,
well, that's quarterback play, and also the nuance of route running that Elijah Surratt has. He's just constantly in the right place at the right time. Like that's one of the biggest things that I liked about his skill set when I watched him was he's not flashy. He's not a big separator. He's got a great catch radius and a my ball mentality, but he's right where he's supposed to be all the freaking time. and also quarterback play here with Casey Concepcion. That quarterback, I don't even know his name. Oh my goodness. What are we doing here? That was horrid.
I'm going to grab Shiloh, good friend of the show, saying just hopped on, had dancing lessons with a girlfriend. Did you learn how to do the polka? Is that still a dance? Saying I didn't recognize the name of our pick, saw he was great as a 5th round guy by some. Well, to ease that, I had him in the mid 80s. Dan Brugler had him in the 80s. Daniel Jeremiah talked about him as an option for Denver at 62, mentioning him by name specifically, along with Christian Miller and Chris McClellan. A lot of people started, talking about him earlier. He was widely viewed as a 3rd round guy. Some stuff that's outdated still have him as a 5th round, like Pro Football Focus, which is why we don't care about their boards anymore. So just to ease you a little bit, there's a lot of reasons to be hyped about this pick, and hope you had a good time with dance lessons. I once took dance lessons as well. I was actually in a dance class.
Yeah,
just quickly here, just quickly, I want
to.
I did the swing dancing stuff. We did swing dancing every Thanksgiving break. It was awesome.
We have a 3rd running back taken, Kalen Black.
Kalen Black, are you serious?
Wow.
Before Mike Washington?
Going to San Francisco.
I love it. Oh, it's in San Francisco too? Yes, sir. Absolutely. I love this.
Man.
Ooh. All right, let's not all talk at once about it.
I mean, you know that I think you can find the chat from February, I think, saying like 2 guys not really being talked about right now that I really like are Black and Mike Washington. And I also know Whittingham too, who's not risen up like those other 2. But so far, I mean, gosh, we are killing it with our roundtable mock draft, right? Everybody, I think all of our first, oh my God, there's that spider from this morning, Eric.
You haven't eaten it yet?
I told you, $500 super chat, and that sucker will be eaten.
All right, chat, get on it. $500. I want to see
you give a $500. You give a $500 super chat. I might drive to Denver just to go eat it for him.
Talking about the spider. Moving it forward here, though. Don't spit out your drink. But man, I slept in here last night. That's a problem. But it's kind of surprising to see him go off the board before Jonah Coleman and Mike Washington. I don't think anybody had that.
Yeah. It's interesting. Mike Washington, I did talk about this a little bit earlier. The concerns with him are, the 1 year of great production and bouncing around where, struggled to produce at different sites. And on top of that, on tape, even though he ran fast at the combine, showed explosiveness at the combine, when you turn on his tape, you just don't see it consistently enough. And it's, the underwear Olympics are called that for a reason. I am still a little surprised. I still heard a lot of positivity about him, but he's going about that range where right now he's falling to that range where a lot of people were talking about him prior to the combine, 3rd, 4th round. He's still available. Katron Allen, Emmett Johnson, Jonah Coleman, all guys that I thought would have gone before Kalen Black. And I really liked Kalen Black. And man, that dude fumbled in the first game for Indiana and then never fumbled again. And then after the long season that he played, he still looked like he was so fresh at the Senior Bowl. Like he hadn't played a game yet, and that was his first game playing.
Well, and every Indiana prospect, I believe, that was invited to the Senior Bowl opted out because they just got done playing the national championship game. It was like 10 days later, Kalen Black showed up and was the best running back in Mobile. Like he was fantastic down there.
Mm-hmm.
I want to go back really fast. Shiloh, I closed the comment by accident, but talking about like how good a pick Tyler Onyedem was. Carter Donick on Twitter, a guy that I follow, I respect a lot of his draft takes, was just asking a question. How hot of a take is it that Tyler Onyedem is a top 5 defensive tackle in this class? Lance Zerline from NFL.com was the first comment underneath it. Says that's not a hot take at all.
So those 5th round takes that he was a 5th round prospect, they're all wrong, guys.
I mean, they might end up being right though, right? Like it's the draft, right? So we'll see what he is.
We can't give them that, Nick. We can't give them that.
We've pounded the table hard enough. We got to hold on to our ground, damn it.
I will say though, the last defensive lineman that I was this high on that Denver drafted was Uwazurike. So hopefully Onyedem is mature enough to not bet on games that he's playing in.
He went to Texas A&M. He won't get singled out. They only go after Iowa and Iowa State for nonsense, while Michigan can have literal people on the other team's sideline stealing signals and whatever. But just good times. Good times being an Iowa sports fan for sure.
Can we get Diana Rossini to confirm that? Anybody?
Oh my gosh. So Kayleon Black, Raiders on the board again. Raiders, a lot of picks. Then the Cowboys, Rams, Dolphins, Patriots, Seahawks, Vikings, Steelers, Jags. We're sitting here less than 10 picks now. There goes Trey Zune. I think that's a Colorado guy. Another Texas A&M player. Obviously a talented group there this season. And we got Chad coming in. Man, all the different facial hairs rocking.
Dude, the content never ends. I was just watching you guys though while I was working. Can't believe, dude, Kayleon Black before Mike. I know you guys already talked about this, but dude, what the heck is going on with Washington's fall? It's got to be. I mean,
a lot. He fumbles.
This is weird.
I mean, when I first brought him up with Eric, he's like, "Go look at the fumble rate," and it's like, "Oh,
yeah, True.
He improved on it this last season. Like that's the thing, is like over the career, it's one of the worst. But last year it was like 1 every 90, which is a fine number. So
and that was something Peyton specifically talked about at the combine. It was like the fumble rate, and I was like, "Oh, red flag." Sean Payton, that is.
But apparently, Jadarian Price was up there for Denver, and his fumble rate this last year was like 1 every 39 touches.
Yeah. What about Jonah? What's Jonah's fumble rate, Eric, off the top of your head?
Give me 1 second, and I can actually pull it up.
It's very, very low. I think he's only fumbled like 3 times in his collegiate career, if not even less than that. One of the more ball secure players that we have in this class.
1 every 213.
Holy, that's like 5 times fewer than Mike Washington.
Mm-hmm.
Holy smokes! By the way, guys, we still have many hundreds of you in the room, but there's only 200 likes on the video. Come on, guys. Take half a second. We need you. That's all we need from you. Super chats are great and everything. All we need are the likes right now. But I'm going to step out. You guys keep doing your thing. I love you guys. I'll see you tomorrow. Day 3. I'll be in the room early on. We'll see how it goes. Rock and roll, boys.
And I lost sight of the
Cowboys.
So I'm a little nervous. I don't know what's going on. But
we got to get that $500 super chat real quick so Nick can eat the spider. Quickly.
$500 super chat
before he loses it completely.
And Cowboys just selected Jayshon Barham.
Ooh,
good pick.
I like that for him. I really like that for him.
Very disruptive to go with Malachi Lawrence too. I mean, they're adding a lot of fun defensive pieces. Pretty jealous of all the picks. I mean, when the Waddle trade was made, I'm like, okay, Waddle's probably going to be better than anybody we had at 30. Win now window. I'm going to be sitting here on day 2 twiddling my thumbs a little bit and a little jealous with the talent. But again, this is a down year, and Denver's set to have a bunch more picks next season as it stands. So, yeah, still a little sad. I feel like it's the SpongeBob meme with Squidward looking down at Patrick and SpongeBob running around, having a good time. Maybe we'll get a move up here, though.
Hey, real quick. I just wanted to bring this up. So he already did his quick presser, right? Onyedem already did his quick, I just got drafted presser. He said a couple interesting things. One of which is reminder everybody that, he did play 1 year at Iowa State while Uwazurike was still there. And he said, quote, "That's my big brother. That's my big bro. That's my dog. He's going to be in my wedding. I'm going to be in his wedding. That's my brother, my big brother. I'm happy to be back with him." So he's stoked to be reunited there. And then one other thing, he had a feeling that he was going to Denver. And especially when he saw the trade back, he said, "I saw they traded. I just had a feeling they were picking me. I just had a feeling. And when they traded, I looked at my agent and I just knew what it was. That's how I felt." So just a couple fun little things from your new Denver Bronco defensive lineman, fresh, hot off the presses from being drafted.
Heck yeah.
Well, hopefully from his big brother. Hopefully from his big brother, he's learned what not to do, I guess is the way I would put it there.
Gamble on games you're playing in, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you have to forge strong brotherhoods if you are dealing with living in Ames, Iowa. So that's no other choice there to get through the winters out there in the open cornfields with the ag majors. But Yeah, we'll see what happens here coming up here. Eric, any news on some of these slides going on right now? You mentioned Jennings Dunker. He's still available. I haven't heard anything there. Does McCoy not have a leg? I mean, people were talking about him being like one of the best cornerback prospects 2 years ago on tape since Surtain. And my God, I mean, it must be terrible for him.
There's a lot of that he may need another knee surgery, that he may end up missing the next season and the season after, as he has to go through multiple knee surgeries to get fully repair the damage.
Whoa.
There's been comments about how he's got a serious degenerative knee issue. I can't remember what it's called, but it's very common. It's the one where like the cartilage
is drop knee or something.
I can't remember what it's called, but it's like the cartilage in your knee is basically missing. Like you don't have any, so it's just constant pain. As well as, the ligament damage. So not at all surprised that he is falling there. Chris Bell also with the injury. I did finally get back. You talked about it earlier. Jennings Dunker. There are concerns about one of the injuries that he suffered before.
Yep.
Talked about Mike Washington. Keith Abney's falling because apparently there's some attitude stuff with him. Keontae Scott is falling because teams aren't sure where he's going to play. Like they're not sure where exactly to put him. Elijah Surratt can't separate. Danny Dutton Sutton, just a lack of production for the type of player he is. And then Caleb Tiernan apparently has a shoulder concern with him that is in his right shoulder, and he's projected to be a right tackle. So it's kind of that outside shoulder being a bit problematic there. And so those are the top guys that I have left available there that I've actually heard stuff on about it. And then Connor Liu, he's one that's constantly get mentioned, but his is known. It is that injury, the ACL injury that he suffered late in the season.
Well, how about this? Speaking of Jennings Dunker and the fall that he's currently undergoing, Keegan Trost, the tackle from Missouri, was just taken 93 overall by the Rams.
He was such a sleeper in this class. Like for a tackle, he was such a sleeper.
Yeah, I think he was. I think Kuiper was pretty high on him still, like top of day 3. But again, we need to put the PFF simulator to bed probably because didn't update a lot and got rid of everybody. One name here so there is still a name on the board, guys, that the Broncos were linked with at the NFL Combine. Some interest as well. He's sliding for obvious reasons, but he's still available. Chris Bell, 6'1", 6'2", 220, unbelievable after the catch. Injuries too bad, or
no? We don't need to get Lance started because he just went to the Dolphins.
Oh.
Okay.
There it goes.
What is it? We have a bad habit of talking about guys as they're getting drafted, but another reason why I'm interrupting here is we also have a trade. And again, talking about trade, the Steelers traded 99 and 216 to move up 3 spots to 96. So we're in that range of like 108 and 246 being able to get you up. And it's really showing how much these teams hate the depth of this class.
We heard that might be the case with a lot of moves here. So will be interesting to see how it goes. Yeah, the moving up there, 96 overall. And you said Chris Bell just went to the Dolphins then?
Yes.
Okay, well, there goes my point. I thought it was at least a little interesting because he was somebody that was heavily connected to the Broncos at the Combine.
So what we need to start doing is talking about the guys that we don't want Denver to draft so they get drafted because that's like the 5th time tonight that it's just the 3rd round that's happened.
That Garrett Nussmeier, man, coach's son.
Injuries.
He'd be a great backup behind Drake May right now. Like, seriously, they need a backup quarterback in New England.
Should we just sim ahead and
they need a new starter, somebody who can hold on to the ball?
Yeah, that's true too.
Should we just sim ahead and it's going to be Kamari Ramsey because of the connection with the defensive backs coach, USC to Denver? I mean, a lot of safety is still on the board, but that one seems to sometimes it's not what you know, but who you know. We haven't talked about him too much.
No, and we have Shiloh coming and asking how shocking it is that Borg Kircher and Kazmarek are both already gone. Shiloh, if you can, you need to go back and find my reaction when Borg Kircher was drafted and Kazmarek as well. Like, a little bit shocked, but teams want that blocking. It's something that I've talked about a lot. They want those math changers that can play in line and still offer enough as a receiver they want those guys. They're kind of moving away from the big slot types, even though they are still going. It's still a wanted position, but they want those math changers that change how
Oh
defenses play.
man,
I'm not at all surprised that they went early, just not happy they went as early as they did.
speaking of blocking and tight ends, Eli Raritan to the New England Patriots just now.
Well, never mind. I won't go there. I was going to make a very bad joke. Well, actually, a couple very bad jokes, but I won't. I actually like Raritan. It's a shame that he has to go to the complete disaster of a franchise right now, the New England Patriots.
Liked him a lot. Liked him.
Well, not anymore. You're not allowed to.
Yeah. I mean, now that he's retired, I can look back and say, like, I love Gronk, like, just as, like, the type of player and, like, who he was. I mean, just how I hated the Patriots, but, like, Gronk, you can make the argument he was the most valuable offensive skill player of his generation for what he did, being, what was he, 6'7", 275. I mean, just yeah, there you go, Eric. God bless you. Good thing Carl wasn't here to see that. His beard might have fallen off. But yeah, Eli Raritan, man, the tight end's flying. A tight end is going to be the takeaway for today. It has to be the most drafted.
Just in time. Can you repeat what you just said for Carl? He really wants to hear
Gronkowski was one of my favorite players. Yeah, you're here. So, yep, Shiloh, you better answer. Have your phone nearby, because tight ends are rocketing off the board. It's going to be like that hilarious video where the guy's watching it drinking a beer and he's like points at himself. It's like, wait a second, that's me. Like, Shiloh, you're up. But gosh, we're getting here to the end. I think right now, I don't think Denver's going to make another pick today. I don't think we're going to see them pop up here.
Well,
Probably not.
they've been calling, but we are in the final 4 or 5 picks.
Man,
So
we are
they have
having a
been
windstorm
calling
here right now.
It's just a matter of getting it done.
I maybe should have taken a moment to mourn my guy being God and Raritan. I know you guys were just talking about him, but that is disappointing. He was definitely one I wanted for the Broncos.
I mean, all those guys, when we did the simulators, like the 5th round, Borgacher, Kazmarek, Klein, Delp, Raritan, Roush, like, day 3, you still got options at tight ends. Pop goes a weasel on that one, man. They're gone.
I'm still holding out hope. I'm still holding out hope for Riley Nowakowski right now. Just the versatile to do everything.
He's a fullback in the NFL.
He's a fullback.
I don't care.
You'll get Justin Jolly and like it.
Gross. No, how about this? You can have Michael Trigg and like it.
Ooh.
Actually, you know what? I'll take Tanner Koziel. Can we get Tanner Koziel on the Broncos?
Lance, I hate to break it to you, but you're no longer on Dove Valley Divers after suggesting Michael Trigg.
I was making a joke there, butthead.
Maybe Dallin
Good
Bentley.
Lord.
You get the Utah guys in here. I'm not a big fan of Jack
You
Andrews.
love the Utah pipeline.
Mm-hmm.
And
So-
Bentley at least he's not much of a blocker, but he's still like 255, I think is what he is.
6'4",
So he looks
253.
like it, but has to develop as a blocker. So, and what was it? After drafting Greg Dulcich, George Payton made the comment of like, it's easier to teach them to block than to catch. He's a capable receiver.
Yep. And there's also Tanner Koziel, who is how tall, everybody?
6'7".
6'7".
So, yep, we'll
Brain
see.
rot.
But man, the tight ends.
Jennings Dunker
Jennings
to
Dunker
Pittsburgh.
coming up.
to Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh?
Good for him. He can keep the same color uniform.
Oh, so the Steelers traded up then.
Yes.
Glad to see him come off the board. First Iowa guy today. Hopefully he
Second
finds some good coffee spots and maybe they can open up a Culver's franchise in Pittsburgh if they haven't already.
Second Iowa guy.
Who's the first one?
Logan Jones.
That's right. I saw Logan Jones because he went 57 overall. He gets Heinz ketchup for life. Because Heinz 57.
Oh, yeah.
Who was it that teamed up with Heinz 57? It was a former 57th overall pick.
I'm not
I
sure.
don't remember who it was. I heard it. It was on the radio the other day. They were talking about it on some random segment on the radio saying, yeah, by the way, whoever it was, I can't remember.
Yep.
A noteworthy player too.
Yep.
I just don't remember who it was.
No clue. But shout out to Jennings Dunker. Good for him. We got Vikings back-to-back here. Seahawks, Jags. I'd love it when the Vikings should let the pick expire so it kicks to the next one, right? Just do them both at the same time, just for the love of the game. And maybe a shout out. Weren't the Vikings the team that let the clock expire in the first round, and then the Jags ran up and took Byron Leftwich? God bless him.
Didn't they let the clock run out like 4 or 5 times and take Dante Culpepper or something like that?
I don't know who they ended up taking. I mean, that'd be a blessing in hindsight if it was Culpepper, but
So apparently people are hating on Dunker to Pittsburgh because there's no Culvers in Pittsburgh.
There you go. We'll just have to open one. God, man, it is windy as hell here in Denver right now. All of a sudden,
I personally love the Dunker pick to the Steelers. I mean, you get Maxi Honisher in the first round yesterday. You move Troy Fautano back to the left side. Insert Jennings Dunker at guard. Like you've got a pretty good job of trying to actually rebuild that offensive line with quality players. The Broderick Jones story, this literally is the final nail in the coffin. He's no longer going to be a Pittsburgh Steeler. I'm sure it was going to happen even after last night, but getting Jennings Dunker there, that's the final nail in that coffin for sure.
Well, shout out to Jennings Dunker. Really enjoyed him at Iowa. Kind of crazy thing about Iowa, though, I think their best 2 offensive linemen were underclassmen this year. So we'll keep an eye out for them in the top 50 next year. But yeah, Joe Moore winning unit there. Good to see him. Keeping it going. It's still 1 offensive lineman yet from Iowa to be drafted in this cycle. So we'll see. Shiloh, yeah, tight ends. We did definitely fall behind on tight ends. We'll see. Maybe Denver will be able to make a move for somebody here. But 4 picks left. I think we're probably just going to be, thinking about Onyedem for the night and how the waves of pass rush that the Broncos can have.
Yeah, well, and you guys have talked about it before on these different shows and stuff, but there still are some veteran tight ends. I mean, Cole Kmet was one you guys mentioned earlier with Chicago taking another tight end. He could be available. Sam Laporta is still out there. I don't know what Detroit's going to do for sure with that kind of direction. I know a couple people have mentioned Njoku. Seems like the Pitts trade is probably dead at this point, I would say, unless they really love Troy Franklin.
But they took Zachariah Branch.
Oh, yeah.
Not that they're 1 for 1, but I mean, they took a cornerback and they took a wide receiver.
Right. So probably not going to happen there. But yeah, there's still some options for the tight end position. And a couple names still out there in this draft that I think would be okay. But unfortunately, it's one of those positions that does seem to go quick because there's just so few good ones in most drafts. They seem to get drafted a little bit higher as well.
Well, wrapping it up here. Go ahead, Eric.
We have William coming in saying, I expect we've already managed to trade for a tight end, Njoku or Pitts, which may explain our inactivity. Njoku is a free agent, and many are expecting to sign after, May 1st, where the compensatory pick formula closes. And Denver has been linked there, so maybe that is something that they are looking and falling back on. But there are, as Carl was talking about, Cole Kmet, Kyle Pitts does seem like it's traded unless it ends up being 2027 picks or even, with Terrell and Branch, probably not talking about Moss, McMillan, or Franklin Mims for that. So kind of probably out there. But Cole Kmet, TJ Hawkinson has been rumored around. It's been reported that the New York Jets have been shopping Mason Taylor, even though they drafted him in the 2nd round last year. Doesn't suggest good things that they're ready to give up on a 2nd round pick, an early 2nd round pick already. It's also been reported that the Rams have started calling around about shopping Terrence Ferguson, another 2nd round pick last year after they went and got the tight end they did, whose name
Max Clare,
who very similar to Terrence Ferguson. So some young guys that are available as well. That could be a thing. And that is something that a lot of teams do is like, okay, we didn't get the guys that we wanted where we got them. So we're now going to go and explore, the trade market and see what's out there, keep an eye on free agents. And Denver tends to be a little bit more active in trying to make calls and trades for veteran players on day 3, flipping day 3 picks for it. And with how this class is, and George Payton and Sean Payton, they were kind of blunt about the day 3 of this class, that it's not very good. So maybe we start seeing those packaging of picks for veteran players tomorrow.
Yeah, very possible. As Ozark says, thank goodness we have Crumb. I think there's just one M on that one, but yeah, 6OL all day. Let's do it. Man, winding up here, we did Caleb Tiernan, offensive lineman from Northwestern, going there to the Minnesota Vikings. Vikings still on the clock again. I haven't seen what the next one is here, if it's been announced yet. And then Seahawks, Jags, and we're on out of here. But kind of we knew this is what we were getting into when we traded for Jalen Waddle, right? We have those 2 picks early tomorrow, and it's Jacoby Thomas, safety from Miami, going to
man.
Such a good fit
there.
in Brian Flores' defense.
Yes, sir.
All right, go you.
So,
but go ahead.
I was just going to ask the question, since we're coming to the end of day 2. Who's been your favorite pick of each round?
Well, let me pull up.
Oni Adam, of course, for the 3rd round. I mean, if we say anything else, then we all got to be fired, right?
Besides the Broncos pick in the 3rd round, who's been your favorite pick of each round?
I think for me, round 1, it would probably be Ruben Bain. I know it's going to be like a hilarious watching Buccaneers defensive line with like Cansey, Vea, and Bain, like just what a weird group. Yeah, but you got Vea too. So it's like, yeah, perfect. Thank you. We need more of that. But I think probably Ruben Bain on that first one. I don't know. Did you guys see? I don't know if it was fake or not. But the
Tampa Bay Police Department.
Yes. Hilarious. I mean, kind of crappy, but
Terrible. Terrible.
I laughed. You have to find things to laugh at. But probably, yeah. Ione also up there too, but probably Ruben Bain, round 1.
I think Thieneman to the Bears at 25, just the value you get for a safety. One of their biggest needs. I had him as a top 15 player. I know that Trevor Sikkema from the NFL Stock Exchange had him number 7 overall on his big board. But high quality player to fit into that defense with what Dennis Allen wants to do, takes the football away. Him pairing up with Kobe Bryant as well is so versatile. The value there, I think that's my favorite. We all remember how I reacted to D'Angelo Pons in the second round. You didn't see that? My goodness, I went on about a 5-minute diatribe about how much I love D'Angelo Pons, and it didn't matter where he went. Just for him to get selected, I love that player. And then here in the 3rd round, I like Jayshon Barham to the Cowboys to pair up with Malachi Lawrence in the 1st round. Like that duo there. If you're talking about just guys that play with your hair on fire, explosiveness, the violence at the point of attack, like run defense is going to be interesting for sure. But those 2 guys playing side by side, that's really fun.
And day 2 of the NFL draft is over after the Seahawks take Julian Neal and Jalen Husky, a defensive back out of Maryland, who was heavily linked to the Broncos. So, Nick, I've been saying for a while, no more than 3 running backs in the first 3 rounds.
Crazy.
No more than 3 running backs.
Mike Washington, Jonah. I mean, we got our running backs available still. Everyone losing their mind. Why didn't we take Mike Washington there? Jonah Coleman. Maybe Denver does something to go up and get to the top of day 3. My favorite pick, day 2 or round 2. I love the Texans going up and getting Caden McDonald. We were talking about them adding him the 1st round and stopping the run early to get more pass rush, 3rd and long with Anderson and Hunter. I mean, giggity on that one. They are scary and talented up front. And then my favorite pick, round 3. Gosh, just going through the list. I'm definitely higher on him than you guys, but I just love the explosiveness, even if he is never going to become a great player as far as a receiver goes. But Zachariah Branch to the Falcons, I'm excited to just get some explosiveness in there, and that's a skill set that they're lacking. And he doesn't need a lot of targets to be effective in that offense.
And good news is that he answers some questions about his blocking. We know he's a good blocker now.
He can get in the way at least.
Yeah.
So that's going to wrap it up. Carl, we want your favorites as well. Unless you have any more Unumedum thoughts, and then we can also talk, top guys left tomorrow, but we should wrap it up here soon because long day tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll go in the 2nd round. I really like the Bud Clark pick to Seattle there. They lost who was it? Kobe Bryant there at the safety position. And I think that's just going to be another great player added to that defense. Round 3. I mean, I guess I could go my guy at the tight end position in Raritan and say that I really like that one.
Damn it.
But I guess I'll just stick with that one just because, like I said, I just like the player. First round, I guess I did skip that one. I was gonna say Thieneman to the Bears, but I think Lance already said that one, so I'll stay away from that one. I guess Chris Johnson to the Dolphins. I really like what the Dolphins have done this draft.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they've done a really good job, I think, of retooling their entire team. Like there's almost every one of their picks have been like, wow, that's pretty good value. Now they still got to figure out quarterback and those kind of things and get their cap under control. But I thought that was a good pick in the first.
So real quick, I'll go in Ione to Baltimore. That's probably my favorite one because on Thanksgiving this year, I texted my contact within the Ravens, and he told him Happy Thanksgiving, and he responded Happy Thanksgiving back, and then he followed it up with Ione no matter what, making fun of draft day with Vontae Mack no matter what on Thanksgiving. Second round. Second round is a little bit tough because there was quite a few picks that I really did like in that round. I would probably go with, honestly, probably Eli Stowers to Philadelphia. When they drafted Dallas Goedert, he wasn't exactly a blocking guy. He was a pretty capable athlete that was a receiving guy. So they showed they could develop the blocking there. And with them particularly talking about him being their A.J. Brown replacement, may not be the best pick, but I am just so intrigued to see how that plays out for them. That's probably the one that stands out. Although Zion Young to Baltimore is another good pick for them. They're, as much as I hate it, trading Stooks to the Raiders, but third round, my favorite pick there would probably be AJ Halsey to the Colts as they're trying to round out their safety room.
I love AJ Halsey, man. So much fun to watch. Yeah, I wish he was in Denver.
And before we get out of here, real quick, thanks to everybody in the chat today, killing it, hanging out with us. Call your shot. Who's Denver taking tomorrow? Give me 2 names.
All right, let me go find the most out there names that I can real quick. Fabechi Wee-Woo.
Wee-Woo. The ambulance.
Wee-Woo. And let's see here. Fabechi Wee-Woo and Kamari Ramsey.
Ramsey. I'm going to go Jonah Coleman and Kyle Lewis.
Give me
I will
Emmett
go.
Johnson. Go ahead, Carl.
No.
Go ahead, Carl.
Dang, I was going to say Emmett Johnson. Now I can't say it.
Damn it.
You both can.
You're good. I will go Caleb Elamzor, and I'll pick a different running back just so I can be different here. I will go Kaytron Allen.
Washington.
And before we get out of here, I just want to say Sean Payton was asked about if Tyler Onyedem could compete for the starting position. He said, absolutely. And they seem very, much for him getting that starting job. So I'm like, there's a very real possibility he is the starter with Savion Jones rotating in, which makes sense. Early downs, want that run defender on the field, and then rotate the pass rusher. And just as a reminder, we will be live tomorrow from the start at 8 o'clock my time, noon Eastern, 8 or 10 o'clock Mountain. We will be live. Chad and I will be there to start. I think Dylan will be there, and then throughout the day, Carl, Lance will be jumping in, and I don't think you will be joining us, Nick, tomorrow, right?
Me, I might show up when the kid is napping,
Okay.
but we'll see how that goes. We need Lance's 2 players, though.
So I'm digging through my board here. I'll go Emmett Johnson just based on the value he brings in duo and just the consistency he brings. And then give me Jude Bowery, the left tackle from Boston College. The Broncos haven't drafted a tackle since 2017, so give me a Garrett Bowles replacement.
And it's the post draft pressers going on with Peyton and them right now. George Payton, Tyler Onyedem was one of those 6 players, he says.
Wow.
I think
I don't buy it. It's one of those
So
things of after, it's one of those things we got the guy that we wanted all along. It screams that, especially with some of the other comments that I've gotten in texts and DMs and stuff like that. But hey, sure, go ahead and say it. You got
shoot
the guy
your
you
shot,
wanted
kid.
all along.
Yeah, I was gonna say you don't trade back and losing that guy, but
not for a
unless
6th
there's
round.
like 3 others still there.
Yeah, not for a 6th round pick in this class. But God bless him. All right, well, God, man, so many super chats. Thank you guys for holding down the fort. I'm not going to sit here and go through all of them, but we can go through some of the big ones. Doc coming in here, Andrew, of course, as well, killing it. We appreciate you. Oh man, really good one here from Joe from somewhere. Joe from somewhere, appreciate you from everywhere. Whatever the heck that means. DW coming in, $50 super chat as well. Yeah, not that we don't appreciate. I mean, we got a Chili's logo here too. That's killing it. Deanna Hendry, of course, Lady D, hoping for guys that were gone. It just be like that sometimes. Andrew Lampy, of course, as well, killing it. Appreciate everybody coming in, hanging out, and yeah, Eric's starting to undress. So it's Broncos after hours now.
It is so hot in my office, especially when I have the lights on.
You're glistening.
You can see the glistening. Yeah.
Yeah.
I am roasting.
Scott wears makeup. He does the powder. So
I
that's
do
from
a little bit of that as well, but not a whole lot.
he did the Lance is laughing, but I mean, he did the years of the NFL Network, right? And they just would come on him. So appreciate everyone. Have a great rest of your day. Yeah, of course they're going to say that. We'll see how he plays out. Pass rusher. Hell yeah. I'm never going to get me too upset about that. But what matters is if they hit at the end of the day. So good to see Eric, Lance, Carl. Always so much fun. Thanks, chat. Leave a thumbs up. All that good stuff. Eric, get back to work. I'm sure you are. And have a good rest of your night, guys. Go Broncos.